Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Now live, this is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From the campus of Indiana University in Bloomington, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Bart Kaufman Field, it's the series opener between the Indiana Hoosiers and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome into the broadcast booth in Bloomington alongside my fine color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. We're back to conference play for the Hawkeyes this weekend, and it doesn't really get any easier from last week. Iowa dropped 2 games against Maryland to open Big Ten play, and now we're on the road to take on league-leading Indiana. The Hoosiers are 20-9 overall, tied for first at 5-1 in the Big Ten. The Hoosiers are also undefeated at home with a 15-0 record. Iowa's 1-2 in the conference, 21-6 overall. Feels like a big-time series between Iowa and Indiana. It's the series opener coming up in just a bit. The Hoosiers and the Hawkeyes, Indiana and Iowa, live from Bart Kaufman Field in Bloomington. First pitch coming up in a bit. The Hawkeyes won their midweek game over Bradley in Peoria on Wednesday night by a score of 9-6. A few highlights from that one. To Southern Illinois, 2-1. Here's Honar, first pitch to him, drives it deep to right. Get going, baby, towards the wall, towards the track, and it is off the wall. It's down for Honar. It'll end up being just a single and just 1 run coming in. 1-0 pitch to Honar. Drills it deep to right. The right fielder going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Ho-ho! Sam Honar, boom! Hawks lead, 5-2. Young looks in for the sign. He's got what he likes. The 3-2, feels it, deals it, ground ball to second. Honar bobbles it, picks it up, throws it, got him at first. And that'll do it. Hawks win it 9-6 over Bradley, their 21st win of the season. How about that? The Hawkeyes used that win over Bradley to hopefully gain some momentum into this series with Indiana. First game, first pitch coming up in just a little bit from Bloomington. Up next, following the break, we'll talk with Austin Render. He's the play-by-play voice of Indiana baseball on the IU Radio Network. He'll join us right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today it's the series opener with Indiana down here in Bloomington. We're joined now by Austin Render, the play-by-play voice of Indiana baseball. Thanks for joining us, Austin.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Jonathan. Appreciate it.
All right, a pretty good start to the season to this point for your Hoosiers, tied for first in the Big Ten.
Yeah, it's been solid. It's been a much improved pitching staff, a lot of new guys, only 4 holdovers from last year, and one of those guys is out for the year. So it's really a completely different pitching staff built through the transfer portal and the freshman class, and then you've got an offense that really builds off of that pitching staff. So it's been a much better combo last season. It was all offense, no pitching, much better mold this year.
Is it a bit of a surprise the way you've started the season, especially considering projected to finish 6th in the Big Ten?
I think it was more of just unknown. There were so many new faces, mainly on that pitching staff. You knew you were going to have a good core offensively because they bring back 8 of 9 everyday starters from last season in the lineup. But the pitching staff, I mean, you don't have a single weekend starter coming back from last year. They've tried some guys, and that continues to be kind of a game of musical chairs. But it's been, I think it was just kind of an unknown. We didn't know what you had on the pitching and the pitching staff, and it's been really good. And especially with the way they play at home, I think this team can really make some noise.
It seems to be kind of the name of the game, the pitching. I guess with both teams in this series, that still trying to figure out rotations.
Yes, rotation has been a big, well, and part of the issue is we haven't had a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series in over a month. Wow. So we've been playing, we had a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then we had a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We've had midweeks where we've played like 5 days in a row, so it has been taxed on the pitching staff, and to have won 15 of their last 18 at navigating that is impressive. But they're going to go Seiler on Friday. Sinard, who's kind of the de facto main guy, he's going to stay on his Saturday spot, and then I believe it'll be Seti Manasseh on Sunday. But yeah, it has been a bit of an issue in terms of finding guys, but Seiler was the Friday night guy weekend 1. He lost his spot, now working his way back because they like the matchup in this game for a lefty on this Iowa offense. But, yeah, that Friday night spot is completely a game of musical chairs.
So Seiler doesn't have a lot of innings pitched this year, right? Just the one start. He's got more than one start?
He started a couple of games early in the season. He was, like I said, started Auburn as the Friday night guy and went a couple of weeks as a Friday night guy. But, yeah, he has struggled. There's no doubt about it. 4 starts this year. Has actually been coming out of the bullpen and has been pretty decent. And I think that might be getting his confidence back up. We haven't seen him here in a couple of weeks since the Ohio State series. So it'll be good to see him get back out there. He's well rested. His arms should be ready to go. And they're just hoping if they can get 4 to 5 innings out of him, that's wonderful. Even 3 to 5 good, solid innings. This is a deep bullpen. They love what they have, and they also feel like with putting their ace in Sinard on Saturday, they can put guys out on a Friday, hopefully get a long start from Sinard on a Saturday, and then those guys from Friday in the bullpen could be up again on Sunday. So that's the strategy of not having Sinard play on Fridays, instead going on Saturdays to potentially use guys twice in a weekend.
It's kind of like a chess move, right? I think Iowa does a little something similar with their rotation, asking guys to just go 4 or 5 and then turn things over to the bullpen. We're joined by Austin Render, the play-by-play voice of Indiana baseball on the IU radio network. Okay, so what kind of team is Indiana offensively? What are the strengths?
Last year, the strength was the long ball, and this year that has not been the case. I believe they're about 8th in the Big Ten in home runs, maybe even further down the list, which is shocking after having 73 home runs a year ago. But what they're doing is still scoring 8 runs a game by just they're second in the Big Ten in extra base hits in both doubles and triples. They've got a lot of guys who know how to run the bases, to turn, your routine single into a double, and all of a sudden you're in scoring position with 1 out instead of first base, that kind of thing. Just a smart offensive team. Strikeouts have been better this year. Past couple of games they've been a little down, but it's an offense that builds off each other. Once you get one guy, it just feels like momentum is a real key with this team. Once one hit comes, it's kind of a snowball. But the flip side of the coin is when there's a couple of strikeouts, that starts to snowball as well. So it's a experienced unit. Like I said, 8 of 9 have returned from last year. So they're guys who have played together, can build off each other's strength, and they trust each other to know, hey, if I just get on base, the guys behind me can do the rest of the work.
Philip Glasser and Brock Tibbetts, a couple of the stars.
Yeah, Philip got off to a red-hot start. Entering the Penn State series, he was hitting .440. I believe went 1 of 14 in that Penn State series, but he is just a presence at the plate. Smart, veteran, savvy guy. He's going to get on base. He's reached base in every game so far this season. So he sets the table, and then if you can get guys on base for Brock Tibbetts, there's nobody you want up more than him with a scoring opportunity. Tibbetts has been tremendous this season. He was so steady last year, kind of your 1-for-4 guy. Almost all season would occasionally have that 2-for-4 game, 2-for-5, that kind of thing. But was always steady in the lineup, and this year he's brought a little bit more pop. He's hitting to both sides of the field. He's not striking out as much, and it just feels like he is that almost veteran leader without being a veteran, just being a sophomore.
A couple other guys to watch out for, a supporting cast?
Yeah, I mean, there's the strength of this offense is that 1 through 9 can do damage. There are some guys whose averages are a little lower this year. Carter Matheson, who was an all-freshman last year, has been struggling a little bit. Josh Pine's been up and down, but he has so much talent in that bat. And Matthew Ellis could go deep at any point. He's got probably the most power of anybody on this team. But I would say the X factors right now are the freshmen. Devin Taylor and Tyler Cerny have been terrific, both hitting over 300 here this season. Devin Taylor leads the team in home runs. He was a top 100 recruit out of Cincinnati. So if he continues to contribute the way he does, this team really starts to roll. They were hoping he would be an instant impactor. Probably didn't think he was going to be hitting 400 in the Big Ten play, but he is. I think those two freshmen, big X factor for this offense.
What do you see from the Hawkeyes? Maybe a couple keys for Indiana to come out victorious in this series.
Yeah, there's. I mean, we just talked to Coach Mercer about it yesterday. There's some really good starters in this Iowa rotation, and he said you have to be able to handle the fastball. You have to be able to show that you can handle the fastball. Don't speed it up, was what Mercer said. He said if a 90-mile-per-hour fastball is coming in, don't make it 100. And that kind of thing, because then once you make it 100, you're all sped up, then their off-speed pitches work better. They really want to extend at bats, make the pitch count go up. Again, force it to the bullpen. And I know Iowa's got a very good bullpen, but Indiana wants to see different looks, and that's been one of their strengths over the years when they are playing well, is they extend at-bats, long 6, 7, 8 pitch at-bats, good plate discipline. I think they want to see a lot of that. They want to take advantage of being at home. This team has not lost at home. They feel like they have a true home field advantage here. We should have a great crowd all weekend long with good weather expected. So I think you control your home and battle against the starting pitchers. You should have a good series.
This has been a fun series over the past few years. Do you sense any type of rivalry feel to it yet, or are we not quite to that level?
Well, last year was a slap in the face, going up 13-2 or whatever it was, and then giving up 30. It looked like a football score, maybe even more points than an Iowa football team.
Yeah.
But no, I asked Philip Glasser that yesterday. I said, do you guys have any extra motivation after what happened last year? He said they try to treat everything like their own, but yeah, they didn't like the way that series went last year. I don't think it's necessarily a hatred toward the Hawkeyes, but I do think it's hey, this team kicked our butt last year, swept us in 3 games, let's give it right back to them. But you're right, there have been some terrific games in this series. 2 years ago, we had some really good ones. I remember, I think 2018, we had a Logan Kalitha walk-off here at Bart Kaufman Field. So I'm excited. This should produce more drama like always.
Before we let you go, how do you see the series playing out? It will be high scoring or more of a pitcher side of things?
It depends on the wind. Right now the wind is blowing in, which is not normal here at Bart. We normally get a pretty hitter-friendly wind. But if the wind is blowing in with the arms that these two teams have, I would not be shocked if there's at least 2 games where it's kind of a grinded out, inside 5 runs type of scoring. I wouldn't be shocked if there's an explosion between these two offenses in a game, or maybe half a game, something like that. But I do think it'll be a controlled series. It'll be competitive, and I think for Indiana and their goals of potentially being an at-large team, these are the ones you've got to win this series if you want to be an at-large bid in the NCAA tournament.
All right, Austin, thanks for your time. That was great.
John, I appreciate it.
Austin Render, the play-by-play voice of Indiana baseball on the IU Radio Network. We're joined by Coach Heller right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, the series opener with Indiana. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a final thought on the win against Bradley this week.
Wow, it was interesting. You know, 9 pitchers, and a good chunk of those guys threw pretty well. Had a few that didn't, and ended up in a lot closer game than what it should have been. You know, offensively, we jumped on him early, had bases loaded, nobody out. Ended up only scoring 2. Kind of let him off the hook a little bit there, and then they end up tying it up in the second, made it a lot closer game. It's one of those games where, you know, not a lot of guys had great games offensively, but enough found ways to get on base. And then Sam Honar was the guy that picked us up big time. You know, he had a big 3-run homer and 4 RBIs, 3 hits, and Sam had a big game. And then, you know, found a way to hold on 9-7 and get out of there. And good feeling as we head down to start the series against Indiana.
Yeah, another conference series. Now feels like a big one, Coach, with Indiana.
I mean, it just, to me, it just feels like a series. You know, it is what it is, and you can only go out and play well and hope for the best from there. But yeah, I mean, it's exciting. You know, tough schedule for us. 2 really good teams right off the bat. I mean, we're playing a team that hasn't lost at home this year. They're 15-0 at home and off to a 5-1 start in the league. And yeah, I mean, we kind of lay an egg and blow a couple leads in the Maryland series and put ourselves in a 1-2 situation. And yeah, it'd be great to come down here and play well and get them a few times.
Are you surprised by their start? They were picked to finish 6th.
No, I'm not surprised at all. In fact, after our series last year, at the end of the year, you know, if you looked at their record, it didn't look that great, but a very, very different team at the end of last season than they were at the beginning with all their freshmen and sophomores that they had playing last year. But I would say as talented a group of position players, top to bottom, as probably anybody in the league this year. Pitching staff, really not a lot of guys we saw. They lost a lot of their pitchers, and they did a good job in the portal. And their normal Friday guy isn't throwing tonight. He's going to throw tomorrow. We're going to see a freshman left-hander that didn't throw the whole weekend, so really kind of unsure what we're going to see and what to expect. But if you look deep in the numbers, they've kind of piecemealed some games together very similar to us as far as stealing innings at the start of games. A lot of bullpen guys with really good numbers statistically, and a lot of their wins came from the bullpen.
This has been a pretty good series over the years. Do you feel this is kind of a rivalry type of series, or maybe not quite to that status? How do you even view rivalries?
I guess for me, I don't. I mean, it's just kind of like I really enjoy playing against Indiana just because of the really good job that Coach Mercer and his staff do. I think they run a first-class program, and both teams go out and both teams play hard, very similar, philosophies, if you want to say. And usually the games are high-quality games. Both teams get after each other in a good way, and no shenanigans, and just good hard-nosed baseball.
Play the game the right way. Joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Bloomington. Okay, our Friday night starter's Brody Brecht. What's he got today?
Well, I'm hoping it's just a steady improvement each week, just like we talked about last week. And he was outstanding. I mean, he was dominant for 4 innings. Got the line drive in the ankle, and then unfortunately, had a rough 5th inning. We ended up giving up 3 runs, and but overall a high quality start, and just the tip of the iceberg, for me on what we're going to see down the road and next year. And the ankle thing slowed him up for a few days early in the week, but I think all went pretty well. He had to push his bullpen back a day, so I'm hopeful that it's not causing him any trouble. He told us it wasn't. And, I believe him. And, if he goes out there and does anything close to what he did the first 4 innings last week, we'll be in good shape.
Guys seem pretty locked in today, Coach.
That's good to hear. Yeah, and I think so. I think they're looking forward to it. I know the returners have a good feeling coming to play Indiana just because we had that success last year, and so good place to play. And we'll I guess from my feelings too, I feel like we're locked in. We had a really good practice last night, and effort and energy. Midweek game was good, so I think we'll give a great effort.
All right, Coach, before we let you go today, a couple of keys to victory to take the series opener over Indiana.
Yeah, Brody giving us a good start and hopefully getting us, deep into the game. And then our bullpen is the biggest key of all, and that is, if we have a lead, it's over. We shut them down. That we get some guys that show some accountability and some toughness and get out there and get the job done. That's probably the biggest key. And then, as always for us, we've been in a good place offensively as far as our pitch selection and working the counts and getting the starting pitcher out of the game. All those things and doing damage when we do. We're going to be without Sam Peterson, this whole weekend, and need some guys to step up and fill the void for Sam and do a great job of getting on base, and that's what we'll continue to do. Defensively, got to play well here. Turf's a little older, plays real fast, kind of hard. That'll be a little bit different situation. Our turf is fast, and it shouldn't be that big of an adjustment for us, but it is a quick turf, probably not as fast as ours, but a little faster and a little different brand. So not a big deal, but just got to be aware of it.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Let's win the day and take down the Hoosiers.
All right, thanks a lot, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Bloomington, Indiana. It's the series opener. The Hawkeyes and the Hoosiers coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Bart Kaufman Field in Bloomington, Indiana. It's the series opener between the Hawkeyes and the Hoosiers. Indiana undefeated at home and 20-9 overall. They're at the top of the Big Ten, tied for first right now with a 5-1 record in conference play with series wins over Penn State and Ohio State. The Hawkeyes 21-6 with a 1-2 conference record. Let's bring in color analyst John Evans. John, glad to have you back. Let's do some damage here this weekend, huh? Let's have some fun.
We've got some sunshine. We've got forecast was supposed to be in the 60s all 3 days. We're not quite going to make that today, and then we'll cool off tonight. But yeah, good day for baseball. Good crowd starting to roll in, and yeah, let's have some fun.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good broadcast setup here, don't we? We're totally enclosed, so we for once don't have to fight any elements, and we're looking forward to what should be a fun series between these two teams. It really has seemed that way the past couple of years.
D1 Baseball today had, or maybe it was yesterday, came out with their projections and had had 4 Big Ten teams in there, and I guess depending on how you want to look at it, fortunately or unfortunately for Iowa, 2 of those 4, one of them is Iowa, and 2 of the other 3, I guess, then are the teams that Iowa opened Big Ten play with, Maryland last week and then Indiana. So, kind of starting with a tough road, didn't get all they wanted last weekend after losing the early lead on Friday, not closing out that game. So probably pretty important here to try to bounce back and you'd like to think get 2 out of 3, and if you want to get greedy, sweep them like last year.
We're already more than halfway through the season now. We're just a game past it, but 3-3 in true road games. I feel like the Hawkeyes kind of bring their game when it comes to being on the road.
Done a nice job so far. The guys have had a good approach. We've spent a lot of time around them, and they're fun, but they're disciplined on when it's time to lock in and get stuff done, and that's been good to see. Every team has a little bit different personality, and it's been good to see this team as they kind of develop their personality and leadership.
Brody Brecht will get the start for the Hawkeyes today with a 2-1 record and a 2.67 ERA. He was really sharp last week against Maryland, especially through the first 4 innings. Ran into a little bit of trouble there in the 5th, but he just keeps continuing to build on his career as a Hawkeye.
The 13 strikeouts was a career high. The thing for Brody is still just effectively finishing at bats. He's going to be a high strikeout guy. High strikeout guy is going to tend to drive up your pitch count. But the key is, can you strike guys out at 1-2 instead of 3-2 after a foul ball? And then last week, if you were listening, you heard Coach Heller say, there was the line drive back up the middle that Brody kick saved the wrong direction and right off the inside of his ankle. So, he's probably not 100% right now, but I'm not sure there's many guys that are. There's always going to be some little ding and stiffness. So it's been fun to watch him develop. And I was talking to Coach McGrath in the dugout before the game today, and just thinking about it, I teased him a little bit with, was he excited to have a fall and a winter to work with Brody, Marcus, and Kate Obermueller and have that kind of arm talent to try to develop for your starting staff next spring. Yeah, I'm sure he was excited for that a little bit before we get there, but that's got to be good to know that you've got that coming in your future for the pitching coach there. Iowa and Indiana to open the series this Friday evening in Bloomington. Before we take our final break of pregame, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. It's Iowa and Indiana in the conference road opener for the Hawkeyes this season. We'll have Milwaukee in a midweek, then we're kind of on the road a little bit the next, basically for the rest of April, with the exception of a home series with Nebraska coming up in a couple weeks. We've got Milwaukee at home on Wednesday, and then we'll go to Minnesota coming up next weekend, take on the Golden Gophers up there in Minneapolis. A couple of midweek games the following week. We'll host Nebraska the weekend of the 21st, 22nd, 23rd.
We'll finish April at Penn State, so a lot to sort out as we get into conference play. Now the second series of the season in the Big Ten, and you just feel like Iowa's due for a really good series. You just feel it coming. The guys are really locked in, and maybe a few people are maybe a little bit down on this Iowa team after dropping 2 out of 3 at home to Maryland.
Well, and I think that's, I lost the midweek game too. I think that was probably the one that all of a sudden, there'd been the long run there. We talked about trying to get to 20 wins before conference season, and then drop the game at Illinois State. And all of a sudden it's, oh my gosh, the sky's falling. It's terrible.
Yeah.
And one, I get sick of hearing the "that's baseball" thing, but that is baseball. Sometimes it just doesn't work out right. Illinois State beat Illinois this week. Look around at all of the crazy midweek schedules.
Indiana State beat Indiana this week.
Indiana State beat Indiana, the team that Iowa opened the season with. You had a bunch of games like that where there were some really weird. I think it was, who did I tell you? Was it William and Mary just beat the tar out of Maryland in this midweek game? So, there are those types of weird things. You write them off when they happen to someone else, and when they happen to you, it's like, well, that shouldn't happen to us. But the fact is, it does. And then like I said, Iowa had the 5-0 lead on Friday, couldn't close it out. So now the sky's really falling, and Paxton, they're still right where they want to be. Would they rather be 2-1 or 3-0 and on top of the Big Ten? Well, of course, but there's 7 more series to get there, and do the right thing, and this team will be just fine by the end of the season.
And one of the consistent pieces for the Hawkeyes has been the offense. The team batting average of 300. Brendan DeRiggi leading the way with a 357 average. Extra base hits really coming into play for the Hawkeyes. 17th in the nation with 67 doubles. And so this is a hitter-friendly park. We'll see what it's got in store. Starting lineups being announced right now. We'll step away for our final break of pregame. We'll be back with starting lineups and first pitch right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
All right, it's time for today's national anthem. We'll step aside and we'll tune you into the anthem ahead of today's game, Iowa and Indiana, to open the series in Bloomington.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
national anthem is complete in Bloomington. Moments away from first pitch, Iowa and Indiana, two of the top teams in the Big Ten, are ready to get after it this Friday afternoon. Let's go over the batting order, starting lineups for both teams. We'll start with the Hawkeyes, 21-6 overall, 1-2 in the Big Ten. Ben Wilmus will lead things off. Keaton Anthony's the designated hitter, batting second. Batting third today for the Hawkeyes is Brennan Deriggi over there at first base. In the cleanup spot is Kyle Huxdorf in center. Raider Tello is the starting Hawkeye third baseman. He'll bat fifth. Sam Honar at second base, batting sixth. 7, 8, 9, Michael Seegers, Braden Frazier, Cade Moss to wrap up the Iowa batting order. No Sam Peterson, won't have him this weekend. We'll have to see when we get him back with a hand injury. Wishing Sam a speedy recovery. Those 9 Hawkeyes will take on Ben Seiler, the pitcher for Indiana today, the tall left-handed Hoosier.
Seiler's 0-2 on the season, a 6.63 ERA. He was the Friday starter for the first 4 weeks of the year and then moved into the bullpen, so he has 8 total appearances on the season. 19 innings pitched, giving up 23 hits, 15 runs, 14 of those earned, 14 walks, 16 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .303 against him. As you know, what the Hawkeye hitters will find is they're going to find a guy that's going to bring it. It's upper 8s, he's going to be 87 to 90 miles an hour, and then kind of what you'd expect from a starting pitcher. He's got the slider, curveball, changeup mix. It'll be interesting to see. He was a 4-year starter at Siena, transferred here, just hasn't quite found his rhythm here yet. As like I said, he plugged into that Friday spot, but didn't really make it his own, and so we'll see if the Hawkeye hitters can get to him.
It's really interesting tactic what Indiana's doing with their Friday starter. Ben Wilmus is the first batter. He takes a strike at the knees to start today's game. Indiana with relatively simple uniforms. They're crimson and cream. They've got the cream-colored uniforms with Indiana spelled out in red across the chest. Wilmus down in the count, 0-2. Indiana's got red baseball caps with their Candlestick IU logo on the front panel of their caps in the field. The Hawkeyes in road gray uniforms today. The 0-2 on its way home to Wilmus. Check swing did not go. The Hawkeyes with black block lettering spelling out Iowa across the chest. Gold stripe down the side of their gray baseball pants. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's the count to Ben Wilmus, the Hawkeye leadoff hitter. He's in left today. The pitch, Ben slaps it foul over the Iowa dugout down the right field line.
Interesting to watch how the different pitchers work the pitch clock. You see him right now. Seiler is on the mound and ready as soon as Wilmus steps in, but then he started to hold, kind of varying his times as he misses high and wide there. But the first two times Ben climbed in the box, he was immediately on him pitching and then started to hold it. It's interesting how the guys work it.
All about those timings. Here's the 2-2 to Wilmus. That's high. Ball 3, and Ben is doing what he does best, working a count early in the game.
He is a pitcher pest is what we'll describe this as.
Choked up on the bat. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball right to second base. It's scooped up there by Cerny. He'll throw it across for the first out of tonight's game.
Good at bat. After falling behind, he's able to work him. Got 6-7 pitches out of it. So, that's, Indiana's kind of treating this a little bit like a bullpen game. They really don't expect Seiler to go 6-7 innings. They hope to get 3, 4, 5. And so, the more you can work that count, try to make some solid contact, the better off you'll be.
First pitch to Keaton Anthony is in there for a strike, 0-1. Feels like Iowa's got to get to this guy early and mess up those bullpen plans.
You'd think so. You could really change kind of how they look at it.
Anthony sends one foul to the right side. Quickly down, 0-2.
That's one of the things Seiler has had a hard time with is 14 walks in 19 innings. Immediately here, 0-2 jumping on Hawkeye hitters.
0-2, Anthony with a swing and a miss. He's down for out number 2. And whatever bullpen stint Seiler went through, it looks like he's found his footing a bit, at least against the first 2 Hawkeye hitters today.
And when you talk to their play-by-play guy, that was kind of the idea, was that, almost a little bit like what Ty Langenberg did of maybe struggled in the Friday role right off the bat, gave him a different look, and then once he popped into that look, good things happen as he starts Deriggi off with a first pitch strike as well.
Just pounding the strike zone.
And he's doing it with a fastball. He's trying to get ahead with a fastball, steal that strike. and then work off that.
Here's the 0-1 to DeRiggi. That's inside for a ball, 1-1. Just underway in Bloomington. Bases are empty for DeRiggi with 2 outs. Here's the 1-1 on its way home. Breaking ball outside, 2-1. Notice the wind shifting a little bit. It was blowing in from right center. It looks like it might be blowing just straight across now, no longer in. Here's a chopper to the right side, foul. And it's 2-2, maybe even blowing out to the left field pole a little bit.
When we first arrived at the ballpark, it started to feel like it was kind of over to their hitting facility, almost foul pole to foul pole. But I think now it is shifted. It might be, if you hooked one out there to 330, I think you could get it into the Indiana bullpen.
Ooh. The 2-2 is up and in, hits DeRiggi on the shoulder, and he'll be the first Hawkeye base runner tonight.
92-mile-an-hour fastball off the shoulder. No, thank you. That's actually just the first hit batter by Seiler this year, so he's had good command from that perspective.
And early on, a 2-out opportunity for the Hawkeyes with DeRiggi at first and Huckstorf batting now. Check on Brennan at first base. He dives back in there.
You can get used to that. Indiana pitchers and catchers are one of the most one of the most pick-happy teams Iowa's going to run into.
First pitch to Huckstorf's a breaking ball that doesn't drop in for a strike. It is a ball, 1-0. We'll take that, although if...
Allegedly.
Yeah, if Seiler wants to throw that again, Kyle could take a good cut at it. Here's the 1-0, chop to third. This is foul.
Seiler came back with a good breaking ball there. Left it across the middle of the plate, though, and Huck couldn't quite take advantage of it.
Huckstorf with a .340 batting average. 32 hits on the season. He's got 4 home runs. DeRiggi was leaning towards second, so Seiler throws it over to keep him close.
Seiler kind of has your typical left-handed move. He doesn't really have a... We'll see if he has a better one than that one. That one had DeRiggi moving the other way, but...
Goes with the off-speed there, and it missed high and out to Huckstorf, 2-1.
You know, we've kind of talked about it various times. DeRiggi's got a little bit of speed over there. 5 stolen bases. Very aggressive base runner, though. Smart base runner.
Huckstorf's got great patience right now. 3 balls and a strike. You think DeRiggi's playing some mind games? I can't imagine he's got any idea of taking off for second. Just trying to break the focus a bit.
Exactly. And, you know, you start, that's a lot of times that can happen. You get a base runner, you start getting distracted on what you're doing. And DeRiggi had a great read on that one as he was kind of almost false started going backwards and then realized, oh, yeah, I do have to keep going. But, yeah, you start breaking the pitcher's rhythm and attention, and good things can happen for the hitter.
Here's the 3-1 to Huckstorf. That's a breaking ball, drops in for a strike right down the heart of the plate, and it's 3-2. Now DeRiggi can get going, but he's got to make sure that he goes home.
Just that 80-mile-an-hour breaking ball, just center there, and Huck just didn't like the look of it.
We'll check on DeRiggi. He's got to hustle back this time. The first few times he just almost slow motion dives right back in there, but that time had a little more urgency.
And even that one, he kind of slow moved at first and then realized, I need to get going.
Here's the 3-2, grounded foul past Coach Heller down the third baseline. We'll do it again.
And you can tell kind of what the book is on Huck right now is, you know, a lot of off-speed stuff. Even here now, you know, 3-1 was an off-speed breaking ball. 3-2 there was an off-speed breaking ball, brought it inside.
DeRiggi takes off the 3-2, ground ball to third and through into the left field. DeRiggi's rounding second, heading for third. The throw will go into second base, and Huckstorf is on to keep the inning going for the Hawkeyes in the first.
We'll see how they score that. I can't imagine it being anything other than an error down there, as it just looked like Pine whiffed at it when he stuck his glove and kind of snatched at it.
Hit right to him, John.
It certainly looked that way. We'll see whether they're
still waiting on the scoring.
Pitcher friendly or fielder friendly.
And they do make it an error, so that's an E5 that puts Huckstorf at first. DeRiggi hustles to third. Runners at the corners. Iowa threatening early, but there are 2 outs in the inning. The batter is Raider Tello. First pitch to Raider. That's low and in. Nice block by the catcher Ceruto there, and it's 1-0.
Like I said, really worked Huck with the breaking ball. Did the same thing there to Tello. I think my first pitch to Rader most times would be a fastball about letter high, and I think
Here's one on the ground, through into right field. It's a base hit. The Hawks are going to have the lead. DeRiggi scores. Huckstorf sprinting for third, and he'll slide in there. It's an RBI single. Raider Tello, Hawks up 1-0.
Big piece of work, and that's when we saw the Hawkeyes be successful early in the year on some of those early season trips where, a ground out, a strikeout, the inning could be dead, but instead DeRiggi takes a pitch off the shoulder. Huckstorf works a long at-bat, will catch a break on the air, and the next thing you know, you single through the hole, and the Hawks are on the board in what should have been a pretty quick, clean inning.
Yeah, with 2 outs, all with 2 outs, right? The batter's Honar now. Check swing. He went around, fouled it back. 0-1. Honar was outstanding in the midweek game against Bradley. He was our highlight show was basically all Sam Honar. He had a long single to the wall, and then he also had a 3-run home run. He could do the same here with a big fly. It'd be hard to get it out of here to right, though, the way the wind is whipping. We'll check on Raider at first base. He dives back in there. Iowa leading 1-0 in the first.
Love to see a little Kareem Abdul-Jabbar hook shot right down the right field line.
Yeah, really have to spin that one into the corner. It does feel like a hitter-friendly park. Here's the 0-1 to Honar. That's a called strike on the low and out corner. 0-2.
Yeah, Honar asked the umpire, but it was pretty clearly a strike there across the outer part, so now Sam will have to go into a little defense mode.
Pitch, that's low and out. Raider takes off for second base. He is out at second.
Almost looked like he stopped, but then didn't completely stop, and so then he was hung out to dry there and got tagged on the foot as he slid in.
Glasser got him as he went by, and so the inning will end like that, but the Hawkeyes do score a run, leading Indiana 1-0. We're back for the bottom of the first right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at MidAmericanEnergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Iowa strikes first, scoring 1 run in the top of the first inning, and we'll send out Brody Brecht to take on this Indiana batting order. The Hoosiers will send these 9 to the box today. Philip Glasser will lead things off. He's their starting shortstop. Bobby Whalen in center bats second. Devin Taylor's out in right. He'll bat third. Brock Tibbetts is in the cleanup spot. He's their first baseman. The designated hitter today for Indiana's Carter Matheson. Their third baseman, batting sixth, is Josh Pine. 7, 8, 9, Hunter Jesse, Tyler Cerny, and Peter Ceruto. Defensively for the Hawkeyes, Brennan DeRiggi's at first, Sam Honar at second. Michael Seegers, the sure-handed shortstop. He gets the start today. Raider Tello's at third. In the outfield from left to right, Ben Wilmus, Kyle Huckstorf, and Braden Frazier. Doing the catching today for Iowa is Cade Moss. And on the mound, the Friday night starter, Brody Brecht.
2-1 on the season. This will be his 8th start. 2.67 ERA, 33 2/3 innings, giving up just 19 hits, 10 runs. They've all been earned. 24 walks and an impressive 59 strikeouts. His opponents hit just 164 against Brody.
Well, Glasser's a left-handed hitter, and he'll stand in. A significant speed threat as Brody's ready for the first pitch. Here it comes. Ground ball, foul. Off of Glasser in the box. Raider Tello's ready for some funny business as he's even with the bag there at third.
TrackMan flashed up 101 for your first pitch fastball there.
It's pretty good. Triple digits. Here's the 0-1 from Brecht. That's high and out, ball one. It's a beautiful night in Bloomington. Might not get to 60 degrees, but what a great facility they've got here and an outstanding crowd on hand for the Friday night opener. 1-1 pitch from Brecht. That's high, ball 2.
definitely took advantage of their World Series trip a few years ago and renovated the facility, and really nice setup they have here.
2 balls and a strike. Brody deals a pitch that's outside, 3-1 now. The sun setting behind us, so eventually it'll dip down behind the press box and shadows will be in full effect. Here's the 3-1 from Brecht. That's high, ball 4.
Through the first pitch strike, a good fastball, and then really for Brody, those were almost 4 non-competitive pitches as he missed wide, and a guy like Glasser is going to take advantage of that, and he's got 20 walks, so he wasn't going to expand his strike zone much.
He'll extend his team lead in walks, and you got to watch out for him. He's tried to steal 13 bases. He's been successful 10 times, so he's over there at first now, dancing around. The batter is Bobby Whalen. First pitch to him way outside, ball 1. This crowd a bit vocal so far. I'll check on the runner at first. DeRiggi will glove it and give it right back to Brody.
Yeah, it's actually 30 consecutive games now that Glasser's reached base. Extends that mark with the leadoff walk.
1-0 pitch is a called strike, low and in, 1-1. The radar display for miles per hour here has only got 2 boxes. Do you notice that in the scoreboard in left center, John?
Yeah, I was thinking it might be capped out.
Everything's going to be 99, whether it's 102 or not. 1 ball and 1 strike to Whalen, right-handed hitter.
I was wondering if we'd see it roll over to just 0-0, or if they just kind of put them all at 99.
Moss sets up outside the 1-1. Beautiful slider right down the heart of the plate. Had Whalen fooled. The count's 1-2.
You know, not a lot of pop from Whalen, so you really want to make sure you make him put it in play and attack him, another high walk guy.
Pitch is outside in the opposite batter's box, evening the count at 2-2. Nobody out in the inning. Bottom of the first. Iowa with the early 1-0 lead.
Brody's been high velocity tonight, but just having a little trouble locating here in the early going.
The 2-2, foul tip into the glove. Moss grabs it. That's out number 1, the first strikeout from Brody.
Good hang there from Cade Moss to come up with that. 100-mile-an-hour foul tip. Nothing easy about that. He just squeezed it, no problems for the first out.
Next batter's Devin Taylor. He's a left-handed hitter, right fielder.
Yeah, he's a freshman. He's kind of one of the new guys in the lineup here.
He swings over the top of a nice breaking ball from Brecht to start off the at-bat.
Yeah, I called the series last year that kind of the crazy one with the 30-16 start and the 2-1 finish, and a lot of these hitting names are familiar.
Sure. Brecht goes outside corner that time, 0-2. He's done a nice job to settle in now. Taylor was co-freshman of the week at the end of March when Indiana swept Ohio State. Here's the 0-2 from Brecht. Foul tip. Moss couldn't grab that one, though. Just popped out of the mitt. The high heater from Brecht, and Taylor went after it. Taylor's a good hitter with a .375 average. He's got the pop in the bat with 5 home runs. That's the highest on the team.
They're a little bit like Iowa. A lot of distribution with the home runs.
0-2 slider, buried it at the shins. Good pitch from Brody, but it's a ball, 1-2.
Good discipline from Taylor to not just swing right over the top of that. As it came through, it kind of looks a lot like the fastball, and instead of thinking you're getting something over the plate, it dove right back at his back foot.
It's a good time to check on that runner over there at first as Brody whipped it to DeRiggi. Now we're ready for the pitch, the 1-2. That's low and out. Moss gloves it. Evening the count, 2-2. All right, time to bring it back home.
Really good scoop there from Cade. Catch that slider that missed wide.
Tried to bring it in the back door. It was just a bit too low. Brecht's got the sign that he likes from Moss. The pause, the pitch. Ground ball to second. Honar charges it hard. His only play is an underhand flip to DeRiggi at first. 2 down in the inning. And Glasser gets up there to second.
just with the positioning of that, that was going to be a hard turn. So I like the idea. It's early in the game. Just make sure you get it out. Even if now Pine does his, or Tibbetts does his job and drives in a run, minimize the damage and not roll up a pitch count here.
That would have been a really tough play for Honar to have to stop and turn and throw that at that angle to second base. Would have been very difficult. 2 down in the inning. Runner at second for the Hoosiers in the first. Iowa leading 1-0. First pitch from Brecht to Tibbetts is just outside for a ball. 1-0. Tibbetts is with a .364 average. He's got 9 doubles on the season, second highest for Indiana. Right-handed hitter. Holds the bat high above his head. 1-0 pitch from Brecht. Spinner hit to Tello. He's got to charge it hard. He does. The throw is in time. And a good clean inning for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the first to hold the Hoosiers scoreless. We're through 1 in Bloomington. Iowa 1, Indiana nothing. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
The first pitch of the inning was a comebacker from Sam Honar, and he's out number 1. Got through that those warm-up tosses very quickly there.
Told you, Seiler works fast.
Yeah. So just like that, 1 out. In the top of the second, we'll see Michael Seegers to watch a first pitch strike go by. Barely blink there with that.
Well, Honar saw all his pitches in the at-bat before.
Honar was in the batter's box in the first when Raider Tello was caught stealing, trying to swipe second base. Counts 1-1 to Seegers. The pitch, squares the bunt, just missed it. Foul tipped it. A breaking ball that Michael couldn't get into fair territory. Now he's down in the count 1-2.
He actually got a high floating curveball to bunt and just kind of pushed through it.
Seiler's ready, the 1-2 delivery. Popped up right side. This will get out of play. And we'll do it again. See some loosening in the Indiana bullpen already, as expected.
Yeah, I think he's probably just a 3-inning guy, kind of maxed out. I think once Iowa gets through the lineup again.
1-2's in the dirt, 2-2 now.
Then you'll probably see some different action, especially if Iowa's kind of extended at-bats and been able to push things a little bit longer.
Here's one on the ground to the left side, through into left field, past a diving Pine at third, and Seegers with nice 2-strike hitting. He's on with 1 out.
Good job to stay with it there. You know, Michael has been kind of he's been the leadoff guy for a year and a half and just or 2.5 years and just kind of struggling a little bit, down to 266. And so, you shake it up, you take some pressure off of him and let him see the baseball a little bit better.
Next batter is Braden Frazier, watching a breaking ball miss high and out for a ball. How do you think Seegers can embrace that role down there? He's got a new way to set the table.
Well, and that's how you embrace it is realize that it's, you're still a trusted and an important part of the defense and the offense, but you're just doing it from a different spot. And so, you can pout and sulk if you want, and Michael's not that type of player and isn't going to do that. And so he's going to go do what he's asked to do, and you see that there. He's down on the count with 2 strikes, and he gets it done. Now he's going to have to hustle here.
Pitch was in the dirt. He took off for second. A great throw by Ceruto to second, and Seegers is out.
And one of the things that we talked about in the morning scout was Ceruto throws well. and unfortunately, the Hawkeyes have seen that. That was a ball in the dirt. Michael did a good job reading that it was in the dirt. Unfortunately, that one misses low and in too. Didn't really skip away from him, so even though it was in the dirt, he was able to catch it clean. So Michael with the late jump, Ceruto was able to kind of gear it up and throw him out.
3 balls and a strike now to Frazier. You're taught that at a relatively young age that, when you can start stealing bases, that anything you read in the dirt, you might as well take a chance at it if you've got some speed. The 3-1 to Frazier, hit softly on the ground is short. This is brought in by Glasser. He'll throw it across, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Hawkeyes in the second. Seegers singled, but he was caught stealing at second base. Nothing doing for Iowa in that top of the second inning. We'll head to the bottom half. Iowa leading 1-0. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the second inning in Bloomington, the series opener between Iowa and Indiana. The Hawkeyes leading 1-0. Indiana will have 4, 5, 6 due up. Check that, 5, 6, 7. Matheson, Pine, and Jesse coming to the plate to face off against Brody Brecht, who had a good first inning.
Yeah, good solid start there. Threw the first pitch strike, but then ended up walking Glasser, but battled back and got three good solid outs, including a strikeout there. So more of that.
Yes, more, please. We'd like to see an Iowa starter get past the 6th. What do you think, John?
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that has not happened this season.
That seems accurate.
Here's the DH, Carter Matheson. He's behind on a first pitch fastball from Brecht. Matheson's a left-handed hitter. He's got a 245 average. Does have some pop in his bat with 11 extra base hits. The 0-1 on its way. This is just off the plate outside. Counts 1-1.
What is it? Brody's 5 2/3. Is that the best?
Yes. Out of the windup, the 1-1 from Brecht on its way. There it is. Called strike. Low and in corner. That's a tough pitch right there. And it's 1-2.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're going to do with a 99-mile-an-hour fastball there.
You have to predict that that's exactly where it's going to be if you want to put a good swing on it. The 1-2. Ooh, inside. Almost hit him. 2-2.
Definitely not sure what you're going to do with a 99-mile-an-hour fastball there. So maybe you set him up. Maybe you see think so. See that slider again.
Here's the 2-2. It is the slider, but it was too far outside. Counts now full to Matheson, the leadoff man, and the Hoosiers second. Iowa leading 1-0.
And this is a little bit about what we talked about, trying to limit the 3-2 counts, get out of stuff a little cleaner.
And he does right there. Nice pitch. Slider on the outside part of the plate. And a swing and a miss. Matheson is out number 1.
When you're up 1-2, not that every pitch doesn't have a purpose or a reason, or not that you're allowed to just not throw a good pitch. Sometimes that happens, but you really, to get Brody deeper and deeper into games, you just want to see him clean those at bats up a little quicker.
Good start on Josh Pine, swing and a miss. He's really mixing up the sliders and the fastballs, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Now you've got 4 guys that have struck out 23 plus times here, so you really like to see Brody go get them and kind of take care of all this himself.
Not many people can touch Brody, whether they have high strikeout numbers or not. So a favorable matchup for him today. Here's a high chopper to Seegers at short. It gets to him in a hurry. He'll throw it across in time to retire Pine, who was sprinting down the first base line. 2 up, 2 down for the Hoosiers in the second.
Good play there by Seegers. He had to kind of stay back, so he had a foot in the outfield grass there as he had to kind of wait for that hop to come up to him, was able to plant that back foot then and get it across the diamond to get Pine.
See Hunter Jesse now. He's their left fielder. That's in the 7 spot. Left-handed hitter. First pitch is a slider low. Ball 1. Quite a few lefties in this order for Indiana.
You have to think about this name, too, because I want to call him Jesse Hunter.
Got the backwards? Yeah.
Always had to talk a little slower last year when he came to the plate.
Oh, you remember him from last year?
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, a lot of this lineup is the same, and I mean, obviously the first game it was a merry-go-round, so I got to call a lot of I got to call their names quite often the first time around, so I got a lot of practice.
Count is 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. 2-2. He's really on fire with the slider right now. I don't know that Indiana's made contact on it yet.
I like the way you're thinking. Are you going to back foot him again, or are you just going to try to heat him up upstairs?
I think fastball. Here's the 2-2. It is the fastball, but it was too high. Ball 3. Man, a 1-2-3 inning sure would be nice.
We've seemed to lack in those. Really, it's a lot of. There seems to be a lot of 4-batter innings, but cleaning them up in 3 has been difficult.
Here's one in on the hands, and it's shot over to the Indiana dugout on the left side. Count remaining 3-2. We didn't get our first 1-2-3 inning until the 8th inning against Bradley on Wednesday night.
I was listening to you for quite a while there.
Out of the windup, the 3-2 from Brecht. Swing and a miss. Way tardy on that one. And down goes Jesse. There's a 1-2-3 inning. The first one of the game. It comes in the second for the Hawkeye defense. We've played 2 in Bloomington. Iowa leading 1-0. Back after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Bart Kaufman Field in Bloomington, Indiana. Cade Moss, Ben Wilmus, Keaton Anthony due up for the Hawkeyes in the top of the third. Iowa leading 1-0 in the early going. And as we were talking during the break, even though Iowa's winning right now, you got to find a way to get to this pitcher and not give their bullpen any advantage.
You'd like to add to it. They're going to be, not that Iowa isn't comfortable with who the bullpen would be, but high strike there. But you just want to see Iowa maybe extend and maybe then that changes Indiana's plan a little bit on the really good guy or a couple of different guys that they might look at in the bullpen.
For now, the pitcher is Ben Seiler. Tall lefty. Count is 1-1 to Moss. This one's below the knees for a ball. 2-1.
That old picture of Michael Seegers up on the Jumbotron. I like that. I like it.
A little bit behind there. The count is 2-2 to Moss. Yeah, you know that the picture of Seegers is not necessarily recent if it doesn't have his mustache, right?
Exactly. We got it switched over now.
Here's the 2-2 to Moss. That's tapped foul. Stay alive.
Good job there. He'd swung over the curveball the pitch before, and then Seiler tried to just heat him back up and sneak one past him, and Moss got a good piece of it on a fastball in the low inside part of the plate.
He's got a lot of room down the left field line. 2-2 to Moss. That's in the dirt. Breaking ball. Got the hands going, but held off. Good plate discipline by the Hawkeyes today.
You know, obviously with the sun behind us, we can't see where it is, but you can start to see the fielder struggling just a little bit.
Here's a called third strike. Breaking ball that started high, dropped in for a strike. Moss is out number one.
He threw the big high get me over curveball with a 3-2 pitch and just kind of fooled Moss, not what he was looking for there, and dropped in right across the belt high, maybe letter high, and couldn't pull the trigger by then.
Back to the top of things with Ben Wilmus. He comes up with the bases empty and one out. Iowa leading 1-0 in the top of the third. Seiler's already up to 47 pitches. I don't think that's too far off plan for him. 1-0 to Wilmus is a called strike with a curveball. That's a high. The fastball is rarely called a strike at that position, and the curveball comes in there and he gets the call. 1-1, Wilmus, check swing. Did he go? Oh, they said he did.
If he gets loopy curveball called it that high, I mean, that's almost impossible to hit because you're going to be swinging at it. You're going to have to identify it shoulder high, and then that Wilmus went around. Whew.
Here's the 1-2. Line drive into right center field. First airborne ball of the day, and the center fielder will catch it. That's Whalen out there, 2 down.
Now, Wayland is a very good defensive center fielder, so he's going to track that one all day long.
Still trying to figure this pitcher out. He's up to 50 pitches, but like we talked about, he doesn't anticipate going deep into this game, maybe 4 or 5.
Well, and Hawkeyes will dictate how long that lasts, really. I mean, as he misses low there, but, have had mostly good at-bats, just haven't really had much payoff out of them.
1-0 pitch to Anthony. That's in the dirt once again, 2-0.
Catcher should have appealed down to first based on the Wilmus call.
Now, if that one it would have been called that he went around, we would have had a problem. Here's the 2-0. Anthony will watch it go by for a strike, 2-1. Iowa got things going with 2 outs back in the first, trying to do the same here in the third. Here's Anthony with a line drive, base hit into center field. Keaton is on with 2 outs.
Really good piece of hitting there. That was a good fastball inside part of the plate and down low. And Keaton, kind of with his little bit of a golf swing, went and I saw him practicing that golf swing. Now I know why. As he went down, kind of got that right off the inside part of the plate and lined it right back up the middle.
Thought for a minute the shortstop Glasser had a play on it just because it was a spinner off the bat. It kind of floated, but it got through into center, and now the batter's Brennan Durigge. First pitch, he was swinging for the fences on that one. He just missed it. That bat got through the zone rapidly.
That is something you don't see Brennan do very often, attack the first pitch, but he saw a fastball up high, and he went after it.
I'll take this one. Outside 1-1. Boy, if he would have connected on that and barreled it up.
We'd have tested how much the wind's going to knock a ball down, that's for sure. No kidding.
Anthony at first, the 1-1 on its way to Durigge is up and in, almost hit him, 2-1.
And that one would have been better. That was the 79-mile-an-hour curveball.
Yeah.
Take that one off the elbow pad. You don't have to take the fastball off the shoulder.
He was hit earlier in the game. He is the lone run to be scored. Here's the 2-1. Lifted into left center field, carrying well. Center fielder sprinting towards the track, and he'll catch it right there. I think the wind was playing tricks on that ball. It was getting away from Whalen a bit. Durigge gave it a ride opposite field to left center, but didn't carry enough to get out of here. Bottom of the third.
That's a 108 exit velocity.
Yeah, he crushed it, didn't he? Just short of that left center wall. We'll head to the bottom of the third inning. Iowa leading Indiana 1-0. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities. For award-winning claims and sales service, find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
We've reached the bottom of the third inning at Bart Kaufman Field on the campus of Indiana University in Bloomington. Iowa leading the Hoosiers 1-0. Here's Brody Brecht on the mound again. 8, 9, and 1. Just go right after these guys, especially the first two.
Again, you got Cerny here, struck out 23 times, just 5 walks, so he's going to be an aggressive swinger. So you're going to want to kind of maybe choose a little bit, as Coach McGrath says, maybe flip the magnet over, see if you can get him to chase one on the edge, but really you're don't want to put him into a hitter's count.
The batter is Tyler Cerny. He's their starting second baseman. First pitch is outside. You watch Cerny in the box. He's kind of a tall, skinnier batter. He lifts his front leg up real high as the pitch is coming through, and he holds it there and then puts it back down. So he's got to be working on that to get the timing right. Counts 1-1. Brecht is ready. The wind up, the pitch. Fouled back, 1-2.
2 good sliders from Brody, and then Cerny was pretty much on that fastball. So good job by him with the high leg kick to time that up well. See how he does with this one on the 1-2 now.
Not well. Swing and a miss. He's out number 1. Brody with yet another strikeout. He's up to 4 now through 2 1/3.
Not surprised or not disappointed.
That was the highest leg kick I think I've seen all year out of a batter. It's fascinating.
And to really try to do it on, to do it on any pitcher would be a little challenging to time up, but especially on somebody like Brody.
Bottom of the order, Peter Ceruto. He's their catcher. First pitch is a hard fastball outside, ball 1.
And same idea here. Ceruto hitting 240. He does have a home run, but that's his only extra base hit. So just go get him, see if he can beat you. You don't want to set the table with the catcher for the top of the order.
Brody's missed a couple of times to start the at-bat. Ceruto squares to bunt, pulls it back, and Brody deals a slider for a called strike, 2-1.
Yeah, he had no intention of bunting, and I don't think he thought that was a great idea as he was doing it.
Here's the 2-1, another slider outside.
Ooh,
corner
man.
did not get the call, 3-1.
Wow. Okay, so we're going to call the high breaking into the zone strike, and the one that crosses all the way across the plate, we're not.
3-1, swing and a miss. 3-2 now.
Another good job there with Brody really in command with the sliders. We'll see if probably goes right back to it here on the 3-2 pitch.
He does. It's a weakly hit ground ball to short. Seegers picks it up, throws it out number 2. Good job by the Hawkeye shortstop there. He had plenty of time. Ceruto, being the catcher, doesn't have a ton of speed. 2 down in the Hoosier third.
Cade Moss is offended by your comment.
Now Cade, on the other hand, Cade's got a little speed as he was sprinted down the first baseline. Back to the top of the order for Indiana with Glasser. He walked. He's been the only base runner really for Indiana today that's earned his way on.
Yeah, and he's, you obviously team leading now 21 walks, so you have to be careful and don't want to walk him, but he also has 13 doubles, so.
Here's a ground ball to the right side. DeRiggi will grab it, and Brecht is covering first. Underhand flip, and we kept him off the base paths right there, John. Good job by the Hawkeye defense. Another 1-2-3 inning. We've played 3 in Bloomington. Iowa 1, Indiana nothing. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Moving right along this evening to the top of the fourth inning, Iowa leading Indiana 1-0. We'll see Seiler again. No real urgency to get him out of the game to this point unless Iowa can figure him out. We scored 1 run in the first. It all came with 2 outs when Brennan Durigge was hit by a pitch. Then Kyle Huckstorf got on by an error, and then Raider Tello hit in Durigge. So since then, Iowa's gone down quietly the last couple of innings. Changed that tune a little bit in the fourth.
Yeah, Iowa's they created some traffic there in the first inning.
Huckstorf squares to bunt, pulls it back, called strike to start off his at-bat.
Huck wants to negotiate, but that was clearly a strike on the inner part of the plate.
0-1 is a changeup. This one just low. Counts even 1-1. Iowa has 3 hits today. 1 hit in each inning of play so far. Here's the 1-1. Sawed him off and fouled it back over our heads. Drops back in to the seats below us, and it's 1-2.
You got to stay on your toes for that one. That came zinging right back in.
Felt for sure that got out of the stadium. Here's the 1-2 to Huckstorf. Ooh, good way to lay off that one. 2-2. He reached for it. He was on his toes. He wanted to go swing at that outside pitch, but he didn't. Good thing.
It was a good show-me fastball there, kind of up and away. Good teaser.
2-2, swing and a miss. Breaking ball at 81, that's on the highest part of the plate, so that highest part of the zone, it probably would have been a strike. It's been called a strike today, and so Iowa hitters feel like they have to swing at it, John.
Well, that's the hard part. That ball's got still 3 feet of vertical break, just barely touches the top of the zone, and you do kind of feel like you've got to swing at it.
He can't be meaning to throw that, can he? That high?
It might just be what he has.
Batter's Tello now. First pitch outside to him for a ball, because typically it's bad news when you hang the breaking ball, right?
Well, but he's also hanging it higher. He's missing up. So
Tello taps this one foul to the left side, 1-1.
If you're aiming for the knees and you miss at the belt, that's bad. If you're aiming at the belt he wouldn't be aiming at the belt. If he's aiming kind of for that letter high and you're missing kind of right up there, that's not too bad.
1-1 to Tello, downstairs for a ball.
Because it's going to be hard to. Most hitters aren't going to be looking for a pitch that high. When they kind of see it up there, they're going to give up on it. You saw Cade Moss get punched out. Misses just high and outside there. You saw Cade give up on that ball, and then, at least according to the umpire, it dropped in and caught the top. But most hitters aren't really going, oh, yeah, I'm going to clobber that one.
Iowa leading 1-0 in the fourth. The 3-1 pitch to Tello. That's inside, ball 4. Iowa's had a base runner in every inning so far today, but only 1 run to show for it.
I was just thinking Rader's a guy that might like that high letter pitch. You hang one up there, and Raider might turn it back around on you, but as it was inside. He was able to take the walk.
How do you feel about a guy like Sam Honar with a high pitch? I know that he can golf the ones out of the ballpark. There's no question about that. Throw over to first to keep Tello close to the bag. Honar just under 300 with a batting average, but he's been real hot lately.
And doing it with some power and some pop too. A little bit of moving it around. And
long pause on the mound. They're worried about Tello at first, so they'll keep him close with yet another throw.
Got thrown out on the delayed steal in the first inning. I don't think you're going to see Raider going anywhere.
He has a pretty decent lead. First pitch to Honar's up and in. It hit him.
we'll see. Maybe Indiana went one inning too long. We'll see if Iowa can take advantage here and put a pile up here for as Seegers comes to the plate.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. We're seeing a pitching change right now for Indiana. They'll make the change in the top of the 4th inning. Iowa's on top of the Hoosiers 1-0 and threatening with 1 out in the 4th. 2 on for the Hawkeyes. A runner at first and a runner at second. Michael Seegers, he'll be the batter to get the first look at this next Indiana pitcher. We'll get you his details coming up right after this pitching change break. Iowa 1, Indiana 0. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
New pitcher into the game for Indiana. He'll come in the top of the 4th inning. Iowa leading 1-0 with a couple of runners on, 1 out in the inning. Before we get you the information on the new Hoosier pitcher, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, new pitcher into the game for Indiana is a right-hander, Brooks I, 6'2", 215 pounds from Philadelphia.
6th appearance of the season for I, a 12.27 ERA, just 7 1/3 innings, giving up 11 hits, 10 runs, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .344, and he's hit 5 guys.
Yeah.
So again, this was kind of. I thought the strategy would be more if you were Indiana of okay, keep the game close. If you go to the bullpen and it's close, then you go to your aces. But we'll see how I does. He had a 6.90 ERA last year in actually 13 starts, so a little bit different position. High 80s fastball. Gonna have a slider in the mid to upper 70s and a kind of a firm changeup, and he's had a hard time controlling his spin. So Hawkeyes will be able to look fastball here and kind of just try to spit on breaking stuff and not pay attention until he proves he can throw it for a strike.
Seegers is the batter. Singled in the 2nd, stands in there with runners at 1st and 2nd for the Hawkeyes in the 4th inning. Up on Indiana 1-0. Iowa with 3 hits today, but so far in this inning, a walk to Raider Tello, and then Sam Honar was hit by a pitch. You talk about the control issues for I, and he's struggling to start. 2 balls and no strikes to Seegers.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a team play Michael Seegers to pull as hard as they are right now. The second baseman clear on the shortstop side, holding on Tello at second.
2-0 pitch, that's in there for a strike. Right down central, 2-1. And when that second baseman, he's kind of covering the bag on Raider there at second. When he drops back to his normal position, he goes to where basically the shortstop is. He backs all the way up and goes to his right, towards the third base side as well. So it's not like he's shading back over towards the middle. He goes closer to shortstop, count being 3-1 to Seegers.
Right, he completely abandons the spot. And when Michael is on his game, boy, that the umpire is in play over there. I mean, he's good to roll it up the middle.
3-1. That's outside, but called a strike. No, it caught the corner, and it's 3-2. Looked outside from up here, but we're just a little bit off center to the left. Count is full from I to Seegers. Here's the pitch. Line drive into center field. It is down for a base hit. Throw comes in quickly and is cut off at the pitcher's mound. The bases will be loaded for the Hawkeyes. It'll be Braden Frazier.
Good piece of hitting there. Seegers took the high fastball, drove it right back up the box. Tello couldn't get a great jump on it because you weren't quite sure whether Whalen was going to be able to make a play on it. Whalen has a good enough arm. I thought maybe with how Honar had to play it that he could maybe take a sling at him at second base, but bases are loaded. Give Frazier an opportunity here.
He's got a few at-bats with the bases loaded, a 400 hitter. When there's runners on every base, first pitch, outside, ball one. You talk about some of the control issues here for this pitcher for Indiana, and you think if you're Braden Frazier, maybe I should see one first, unless it's a fastball that I know I like. 1-0 pitch, Frazier hits it hard on the ground, foul to the left side. Scrap that thought, although that was right down the middle.
He saw a curveball center, and he liked it, and just didn't work out as he pulled it down foul.
Iowa trying to add to their 1-0 lead. The count is 1-1 to Frazier. The pitch, that's a breaking ball high, too high, and it's 2 balls and a strike. With 1 out, bases loaded, Braden Frazier can help Iowa build on their 1-0 lead in the 4th. Eye looks in for the sign. He's got it from Ceruto. The pitch. Ground ball to the left side, past a diving third baseman. 1 run is in. They're waving Honar. Here comes the throw. Not in time. 3-0 Hawks. Braden Frazier, yes.
Hawks have really caught, it was last weekend. We talked about it. It seemed every ground ball the Hawkeyes hit went at somebody. And this week so far, you've had 3 ground balls pretty much right through there. One of them maybe Pine should have gotten, but the other 2 ground balls, the Seeger single and then the Frazier single, both were just out of the range, just perfectly placed ground ball singles, and that one drove home 2 runs.
Inning continues with Cade Moss. 1 out, runners at first and second. The pitch to Cade, that's right down the heart of the plate, 0-1. And Coach Heller had talked about that a few games ago, that the bad luck had finally caught him, and he honestly expected it a little bit earlier in the season than when it came. It unfortunately came in that Maryland series. 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed, 0-2.
And it seems like that happens every once in a while. Last year I think it was the Illinois series for Iowa where kind of every bad luck thing that could happen piled on them, and you ended up losing the series. Maybe you walked away thinking you should have won, but sometimes those hits don't work out.
0-2 to Moss. That's a called third strike on the outside corner. Cade's 0 for 2 now, and 2 outs in the inning.
Umpire slow played me on that called strike because I thought it was a strike, and
you were right the first time, John. So back to the top of the order in Ben Wilmus. Wilmus today is 0 for 2. Couple of runners out there, though. Try to get them in motion, put one in between the white lines. Iowa leading Indiana 3-0 in the top of the 4th.
Really good speed with Seegers out there, and good speed from Frazier as well.
Wilmus watches the first pitch go by. That's a ball up and in.
Ceruto likes to he'll throw behind, but he certainly likes to act like he's going to throw behind and chase the runners back that way.
High takes his time. This pitch is low and in for a ball. 2-0. Wilmus would be so annoying to pitch against. I would hate it. I would dread it. If it's not in the zone, he's not swinging at it.
He's definitely one of the DT's ears, the dominate the zone guy.
He's all eyes there, and he feels confident now. That's 3-0. Might have been.
Maybe the umpire knows Ben's reputation. If Ben takes it, it must be a ball. But boy, that looked pretty good.
That was a close one. Home plate umpire is Greg Harmon today. 3-0 to Wilmus. That's inside, ball 4. Bases will be loaded for none other than Keaton Anthony.
Ceruto's really interesting, too, the catcher for Indiana. For a guy throws really well, but watch him throw back to the pitcher. There are so many times where he throws kind of wrong-footed back to the pitcher. It's just an interesting way to do it when you don't usually see it, as we're going to get another mound visit. I can't, they don't have anybody ready enough, so this has just got to be a settle down, we need strikes, but be a little careful to him.
Well, all of a sudden the bases loaded once again for Iowa, this time in the 4th. A 3-0 lead on Indiana. And who better than Keaton Anthony to come to the plate? And what better time than with 2 outs? It seems to be a theme for the Hawkeyes this year, 2-out hitting. And Keaton Anthony delivering a blow. That'd be nice right now.
Use one of those as he has cleared all the bases at least once this year. So
Iowa had the bases loaded a couple of times against Bradley in the midweek and left him out there. So hopefully that was the bad luck for the week and can find a way to add to the tally right now. Mound visit just wrapping up. A Hawkeye on every base with 2 outs in the 4th.
And the Hawks did get the bases loaded single from Frazier, so they've driven in 2. That kind of unloaded the bases, and now with the Wilmus walk, they've got them loaded again.
First pitch to Anthony is a breaking ball, called a strike.
So you call that one a strike, and you don't call the 91-mile-an-hour fastball that sure looked like it was in the corner on Wilmus a strike. So
high breaking ball, 0-1. Next pitch to Anthony, that's outside, 1-1 now.
I mean, again, if you're the Hawkeye hitters, you're not, especially on that, you're not going to swing at I's breaking ball until you absolutely have to.
You don't want to get in the habit of that either, moving forward. A ball and a strike, pitch to Anthony, ground ball left side. The third baseman gloves it, throw to second is in time. Great hang by Cerny at second. An ambitious play by Pine at third. He cut off the shortstop, which was probably the right play, and then ended up throwing it to second for the force out. Iowa will leave them loaded this time. But 2 runs come across. Iowa 3, Indiana nothing. Bottom of the 4th coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the 4th inning, Iowa on top of Indiana 3-0. Hawkeyes with 5 hits offensively and had a pretty nice inning there in the 4th. So time for a shutdown inning from Brody Brecht on for his 4th inning of work.
Answer it with a 0, and obviously in Brody's starts, Hawkeyes have been here before where they've been ahead or been competitive and haven't necessarily been able to close out all of the starts, and we're a long ways from needing to worry about closing it out. So have Brody keep dealing.
One step at a time. Here's Bobby Whalen. First pitch swinging right to Sam Honar. Line drive, 1 pitch, 1 out in the 4th.
Well, the hardest balls you're going to see hit off Brody, 105 exit velocity, but that one was perfectly played as he hit a little slider there right to Honar.
Sam was in the right spot. He was able to glove it. Now the 3-hitter, Devin Taylor. First pitch to him, right down the middle. Strike 1 from Brody Brecht.
I do like 1-pitch outs for Brody.
Those are good.
That's a good thing.
He's not quite to 50 pitches yet. Here's the 0-1, that dropped low. Ball 1. It's a good part of the order coming up for Indiana. 2, 3, 4. The 2-hitter got out right away, but 3 and 4, as here's the first hit of the game for Indiana. It's a single to right off the bat of Devin Taylor.
And that ball went to almost exactly the same spot, just shifted over 3 feet to the right, and Honar couldn't quite make that play.
Yeah, that had some top spin, so it took a dive, and then you're a golfer. That have a little hook, a little tail. What would that have been?
Left-hander. That's a little hook. He pulled it out there and just spun it right out there. Nice. Another 107 exit velocity. So really good job.
Next batter is Brock Tibbetts, right-handed hitter, grounded out to Raider Tello to end the 1st inning in his only at bat earlier today.
Brody will have to adjust as they're starting to time up the fastball a little bit.
Nice breaking ball there, but just a bit high, 2-0.
We've been calling that spot a strike. That one might have been just a touch high. But
close. Here's the 2-0. And that'll be hit out of play. Over to the first base side, 2-1. Brecht with 4 strikeouts today. So we're in the 4th inning. Indiana just got their first hit of the contest with a Devin Taylor flare to right. 2-1 pitch. That's inside, ball 3.
He thought about taking that one off the elbow and then realized that might not be a great idea.
Significantly poor choice.
And that was the breaking ball.
Here's the 3-1. That one is just high. Back to the slider, and Brody missed high twice with the slider. And now the Hoosiers have a little bit of life in the 4th with a single and now a walk.
And those are all competitive pitches. They're just a little out of the zone up. So we'll see if Brody can make an adjustment to kind of refine the strike zone here.
Next batter is Matheson, who has already struck out today. Left-handed hitter. Brecht tries to get back into the groove. First pitch outside, ball 1. Lost it a little bit here.
Yeah, and that one was, again, he just missed a little wide, and that's Coach McGrath's going to take a walk, and I'm sure it's probably just something simple here, so you're going to want to kind of get it done here.
So far, the Hawkeyes in front of the Hoosiers 3-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Iowa with 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Indiana with no runs, 1 hit, 1 error. Here in the middle part of the order with Matheson. Pine is on deck.
You know, we're back to that high strikeout part of the lineup. You know, when Brody got Matheson in the 1st inning, that was the 30th strikeout. I'm sorry, the first at bat, not the 1st inning. But so, you know, again, the guy you can't be lazy about it, but you really want to attack him with your best stuff and just kind of know that your best is going to be probably better than he can handle if you're Brody right now. So
wholesale agree. Mound visits wrapped up. We're ready for the 1-0 pitch on its way from Brecht. Hit on the ground to the right side. Honar charges it hard. His only plays to first. He'll throw it there accurately and in time. So 2 down in the inning, but runners on 2nd and 3rd. We got the ground ball, but he just didn't hit it hard enough.
49 exit velocity. Let's just say Indiana's great. In their game notes, they have barrels, and they kind of describe the exit velocity and their highest exit velocity. That will not go on the list.
That one won't make the top, what, 1,000?
That might be one of the lowest contacts outside of a bunt all year long.
Man. All right, well, 2 outs in the inning. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. Here's one lifted to center. Hucksdorf sprinting forward. He looks up. He's got it. Iowa gets out of the jam in the bottom of the 4th. The Hoosiers will strand 2 in scoring position. Great job, Brody Brecht. Whatever pitching coach Sean McGrath said, it worked out. Hawks get out of the jam. We've played 4 in Bloomington, Iowa 3, Indiana nothing. Back after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to Bart Kaufman Field. John Evans and John Leo here. Hawks lead 3-0 as we head to the top of the 5th inning. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and more. just minutes south of Iowa City. As Brennan DeRiggi steps into the box to lead off the Hawkeye fifth.
First pitch to DeRiggi, that's downstairs, ball one. Pitcher is
still the same guy.
Still Brooks I. See him get a fresh inning as DeRiggi drives this to right towards the corner. This one will get down. One hopping off the wall. Brennan hustling for second. Here comes the throw. He lost the helmet on the way there. And a sliding move into second. A leadoff double, Brennan DeRiggi.
Really good piece of hitting there as he pulled that ball. You know, he gave one a ride earlier, and we kind of found out the wind holds it up just a little bit, but it's starting to die down a little bit, and he was able to pull it right down the line, and right fielder had him shaded more into a normal spot. Good way to start the fifth inning.
Yeah, and there's that hook into the corner that really helped that ball get away from Taylor out there in right. Sixth hit of the game for Iowa. They're starting to pick things up. First pitch to Huckstorf. That's way outside for a ball. Iowa leading Indiana 3-0 in the fifth. DeRiggi stands out there at second. Got some company. The second baseman, Cerny, is nearby. 1-0 pitch to Huck. Drilled to center. Carrying well. The center fielder turning, twisting. He'll catch up to it. He's got it. DeRiggi tagging from second to third. He'll get there safely. And so Hawkstorf does a good job, advances the runner to third with less than 2 outs.
Good piece of base running from DeRiggi. He was off the bag for a little bit, trying to just see. Whalen was a little bit crossed up there as he chased it, had to look it over one shoulder, flip back over the other shoulder as the ball really had some carry to him, or to it.
Yeah.
But once it became apparent that Whalen was going to get under it, DeRiggi hustles back and was able to tag up because Whalen couldn't get his feet set to make a throw.
Raider Tello's up now. He's got an RBI today. Also a run scored. First pitch strike to the Hawkeye third baseman. It feel like the infield in a little bit for Indiana. The shortstop seems to be playing just a bit more shallow than usual. Second baseman still playing back.
Certainly are a little short.
Here's the 0-1 to Tello. That's low, but called a strike. It's 0-2. That was in the zone.
They're not going full commitment to in, but they're certainly going to, if a ball's hit hard at them, make DeRiggi pay attention over there.
Tello's got to work and battle now. Catcher setting up low and outside. The 0-2, that's too far off the plate. Raider won't swing at that. 1-2.
Ceruto again kind of gives that little fake to throw on DeRiggi to third, and there's nobody around. So
DeRiggi's been around, right?
It feels like a little bit of a little league move, but I'm sure it's worked somewhere along the way. That's why he does it.
A ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to Tello. Look out over there in the Iowa dugout. Shot down the right field side. And over the head of Ty Snepp in there. Watch out, Snepper.
Coach McGrath just gave kind of the low move, didn't brush himself off, just kind of ducked under it. So
I made that a little bit more dramatic than it was. Nobody really flinched at all. They must have had eyes on it the whole way. The 1-2 to Tello. Ground ball up the middle. Sliding play by the second baseman. He'll throw it to first for the out, but DeRiggi scores on the backside. 4-0 Hawks lead.
Once it snuck past there was no way that Cerny was going to be able to have any play at the plate. And he actually made a really good backhand play to kind of keep it corralled there and was able to get the out at first.
Great job by Hawkeye hitters to advance DeRiggi around after he started with the double. There's 2 outs in the fifth. Iowa 4, Indiana 0. First pitch to Honar, slapped back to the screen, 0-1.
Yeah, there's outs and there's productive outs, and in that case, both times you maximized what happened. You got a hit, you moved him over, and then you scored him without another hit. So good work there to extend the lead.
In a comfortable spot in the top of the fifth, but Indiana and their undefeated home record, they're not going to go down easy. The 0-1 to Honar, that is just outside. Ball 1.
Well, and if you're Indiana, you look at the statistics that show, okay, the fifth inning is a time where maybe we can get to Brody a little bit.
1-1, clobbered to deep center. Center fielder Whalen moving back. It's not going to carry out of here. He'll catch up to it and grab it for the third out of the inning. Man, Iowa's hit a ton of pitches out to deep center. If they hit them anywhere else, maybe they get out of here, but not today. Bottom of the fifth inning we go. Iowa adds another. It's 4-0. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Welcome back to Bart Kaufman Field in Bloomington, Indiana. Iowa and Indiana in the road conference opener for the Hawkeyes. Have a 4-0 lead over the Hoosiers in the bottom of the 5th inning. 7-8-9 due up for IU.
We were just looking at the stats. Iowa, Brody's thrown 55% strikes. IU pitchers have thrown 53.5. I think if you'd have told Iowa strikeout totals would be 4-4 through 4.5 innings, not sure Iowa would have liked that.
Would have been very surprised by that.
It's worked out so far, so good.
Indiana with just 1 hit today as we get to the bottom of the 5th. The batter is Hunter Jesse, a senior left-handed hitter. He's worked a 2-0 count on Brody Brecht. Brecht's pitch count is in a pretty good spot. Now just hitting 60. 2-0 pitch. That's inside, 3-0.
Yeah, you want to see he's kind of missed with all of them. He threw the slider to open or curveball to open and then missed with 2 fastballs here.
Well, on the outside corner that time to stay alive in the at-bat. 3 balls and a strike to lead off the bottom of the 5th for Indiana. Jesse struck out in the 2nd. 3-1, that is called a strike. 3-2. Good battle back from Brody.
The best part for Brody so far is not every pitch is created equal as far as stress level and all those things. And he's been pretty clean up until the last inning.
Did all the work to come back and then throws a fastball outside for ball 4. Not sure if Jesse was going to swing at any pitches, was he?
No, and then you kind of throw non-competitive ball, the 3-2 pitch there after coming back, and so you kind of hate to see that piece of it, but buckle up here. You've got a guy that doesn't walk, strikes out a lot, so just go right after him, see if maybe you can get a ground ball double play.
Brody's a little bit all over the place right now. The first slider that Cerny sees in the at bat is outside.
Yeah, right now his breaking stuff just isn't finding a spot.
Release point issue. He'll deal a strike there, 1-1. Feel like this part of the order, whether it's Texas Tech or LSU or you go all the way down to Indiana State, Illinois State, Brody could really just throw his best stuff, and he's worked to a 1-2 count. You just trust and believe in yourself right here. You don't have to get too fancy, I don't think.
Well, and he's really gone with spin here this inning. He hasn't thrown a ton of fastballs yet, so we'll see if that's a bigger issue.
1-2, swing and a miss. Foul tipped into the glove of Cade Moss. Out number 1.
Good bounce back there. You walk the first guy, but you snap back here, and you really want to, again, you've got the 9-hitter, hit a ground, catcher, so maybe he hit a ground ball last time, maybe you can clean up your inning right here. But, just want to go after him and attack him again.
Iowa infield playing to pull. As Ceruto watches it go by for a ball outside. Brody's gone with the slider to righties to start almost every at-bat the last couple of innings. He's missing a little bit more to the outside. Here's one on the ground to Tello at 3rd. He'll throw it to 2nd for 1, on to 1st for 2. What a hang by Brennan DeRiggi. 5-4-3 double play.
Pretty sure I called that for you.
Count it, John. Great job right there. I think they heard you down there at field level. The Hawks get out of the jam, and we've played 5 in Bloomington. Iowa leading Indiana 4-0. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Top of the sixth inning at Bart Kaufman Field in Bloomington, Indiana. A gorgeous facility on the campus of Indiana University. Iowa leading 4-0. Be 7, 8, 9, Seegers, Frazier, and Moss. If you've been to Bloomington before, you'll understand that the baseball diamond here is kind of out at their athletic complex. They've got all their arenas and stadiums nearby. Over the right field wall is the softball diamond. What would be behind us would be the football stadium. A parking lot separates the two, but the football stadium, Memorial Stadium, undergoing some renovations, has turned into a pretty nice stadium within the conference, as they're trying to fill in the south end of their stadium now. And then the basketball facility would be behind us and to our right, Assembly Hall. 0-1 pitch to Seegers is outside, 1-1. Beautiful campus. John and I took a walk this morning through part of campus. We're staying in a nice hotel downtown and got a nice district. As the 1-1 is slapped foul to the right side, 1-2. I'd say downtown Bloomington, part of it reminds me a little bit of downtown Iowa City, kind of like the pedestrian mall.
The small, unique businesses, not chain store stuff. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, we've had a good time so far that we've been down here for a couple more days. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Seegers. High chopper right up the middle. They've got it played perfectly. It's the second baseman who makes the play to the left of the bag, and he's got it for out number 1.
And he hopped over there right before the pitch, too. I was just kind of thinking again of how odd it was to play Seegers there. And, boy, he popped into almost the exact perfect spot.
Good contact from Michael, and that's one that, first of all, gets into center field any other day, any other alignment. But not this time. 1 out in the 6th. Here's Braden Frazier. First pitch just below the knees from I.
So we like high stuff. We don't like low stuff. And that's fine. He's been very consistent with how he's been doing it.
1-0 pitch is low and out, ball 2.
It's just such an unusual strike zone for the college guys. It's the flip of what you normally see.
Usually you get the stuff at the knees and you don't get it at the letters, right? We talk about that a lot. 2-0 pitch to Frazier, popped up, and that'll find the seats to the right side.
Yeah, and he's been where it feels like the knee-high strike, or maybe slightly below the knee that you get a lot. He's not calling it all, but he's giving it on the other side. So it's not a tight strike zone. It's just a slightly elevated strike zone.
2-1 to Frazier. That's outside, ball 3. That slider had a lot of movement, and it ended up outside. 3-1 now to the Hawkeye 8-hitter today, who's got a single. It brought in 2 runs. Swung over the top of that one. I think he chased it too.
He did. Probably, it was in that zone we're talking about. It was probably a little low, but a good 90-mile-an-hour fastball that looks like something you can hit.
Full count pitch on its way to Frazier. Tapped foul to the left side. He stays alive.
And I wouldn't guess he's not really a long guy either, even though he started last year. His numbers so far this year means he's not probably going to throw a ton of innings.
3-2 is above the letters, ball 4. You got to think he's pretty close. Indiana has an arm getting loose in the bullpen, and he's actually stopped, and it would appear that he'd be ready to roll like right now if they were electing to bring him in. Like he's totally warmed up. We'll see. Not making the move right now as Cade Moss comes to the plate.
And Eye's thrown 2 innings now, giving up 3 hits and a run, walked a couple. Hawks have had a little bit of traffic out there on him.
Cade Moss is, I guess, one of the hitters for Iowa that has not got on base today. He's the only hitter hasn't got on.
Well, he had a little bit of bad luck with he takes the strike there on the fastball. He had a little bit of bad luck of learning that the high curveball is called for a strike.
Yeah.
So he was kind of a guinea pig on that one, unfortunately.
Got a couple of times in the box. Here's one on the ground to the left side. This is scooped up by the third baseman. Double trouble, yes. Indiana counters with a 5-4-3 double play of their own. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Iowa leading Indiana 4-0. Back with more Hawkeye baseball right after this. Listening to Iowa baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Bottom of the 6th inning in Bloomington, Iowa holding a 4-0 edge over the Hoosiers. Indiana with just 1 hit so far. Brody Brecht has done an outstanding job to keep them in check. He'll have another tough battle, though, now with 1, 2, 3 coming up in the IU 6th.
Yeah, 3rd time through the order now for Indiana. So, you know, the adjustment chess match continues here. So Brody, especially to the bottom of the order there in the 5th, went with a lot of breaking stuff and almost looked like his curveball as much as his slider. So he started showing something a little different, a little bit different speed.
Only at 70 pitches. Glasser's the hitter. He's 0 for 1 today with a walk and a ground out, watching the first pitch go by for a ball. The 1-0 on its way from Brecht is low and in again, 2-0. And you just kind of wonder if Brody could settle in and get this leadoff guy out, how that could change the dynamic of the inning. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch to Glasser. There it is. Slider called strike 2-1.
Got that one just up in a spot that the umpire kind of liked because, boy, that's...
I think he blinked on the last one, John.
He had to have because the fastball, the 1-0 fastball was pretty darn good.
Brecht goes outside corner now, 2-2.
Good battle back here to get the count more in Brody's favor.
Here's the windup and the pitch. Fouled back to the pad. 2-2.
First fastball of the at-bat. Glasser does a good job. Pokes it pretty much straight back.
Brody's got all possibilities open for the 2-2 on its way home. Breaking ball. Called third strike. Delayed reaction. Got him.
Well, and that's what, again, as a hitter, those guys are going to all walk on that one because that's just, that ball is the top of any called strike zone. And again, it's, at this point, down to the 6th inning, if you're a hitter and you've been watching the game, you have to know that ball's a strike that's going to snap in on the top.
What a battle back there from Brody. He went with basically 4 pitches in a row that would have been strikes. 3 of them obviously called strikes. 1 was a foul ball mixed in there. But to start 2-0 to their leadoff hitter, probably their best hitter, and to battle back like that and get the out. Good job, Brody Brecht. He's got a 1-1 count now on Bobby Whalen after he swings and misses over the top of a slider.
Whalen's a good patient hitter, high walk, high strikeout guy, so you're going to have to attack him.
Tardy on that one, 1-2.
Here we are at 78 pitches now, 79 pitches. Sixth inning, Brody's still at 98 miles an hour with that fastball.
High chopper to third. Tello has to wait for it. Picks it up. Accurate throw on a line. Got him. 2 down.
Really nice play there. He wanted to charge it and attack it, realized he couldn't do it, but he stayed back and then just absolutely darted one across the diamond.
That's a really tough play. As a third baseman, you got to make that decision, because if you continue to charge that, then you're fielding it on a short hop, and then you almost have to throw it on the run, which is very difficult.
Yeah, a lot of things that you've got to piece together there if you charge that ball. That's tough. Oh.
Here's Taylor off the end of the bat. Brody picks it up, throws it to first. Got him! Ha-ho! What a play. Brody Brecht.
Boy,
that was off the end of the bat down the third base line, a swinging bunt.
Boy, if they have a replay here, I guarantee you they would be utilizing it right now.
Brody came off the mound. Did he throw a 100-mile-an-hour fastball to DeRiggi there or what?
I don't have TrackMan on that one, but I'm guessing pretty close.
All right, a 1-2-3 inning. We're moving on to the 7th. Iowa 4, Indiana nothing. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Bart Kaufman Field, beautiful facility in Bloomington, Indiana. Iowa leading the Hoosiers 4-0 as we get to the top of the 7th. A new pitcher into the game for Indiana will be right-hander, 6'5", 235-pound freshman from Jasper, Indiana, Connor Foley.
Foley is 2-0 on the season. This will be appearance number 9, 6.48 ERA, 8 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 6 runs. They've all been earned, 8 walks, 9 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .233 against him. So fastball is going to be in the low 90s, 92, might even get to the middle 90s. Slider, curveball, so pretty good action. But so in his freshman year, he's been a little bit of it's a strike or it's not. There really isn't any, hey, I'm just kind of nibbling on an edge here and I'm going to work you. It's, so if the Hawkeye hitters, especially here at the top of the order, can stay disciplined, stay on time with that fastball, chance to add to the lead here.
How about some insurance? Never too early to start padding that. With a 4-0 lead on Indiana in the 7th. Top of the order, Ben Wilmus. He swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. That's kind of like Brennan DeRiggi. Not too often that you see Ben swing at the first pitch.
But that's the scouting report. He's going to throw you a fastball. So if you see fastball 93 middle, that might be the best pitch you see all at bat.
0-1 is another fastball that's high. Man, that's a little bit lesser on the velocity.
Yeah, I mean, that's his off-speed stuff. So you're not going to see a huge difference in velocity there. That's just a hard slider.
0-1, Wilmus chased it. 94, the high heat, 1-2.
Yeah, you're not going to catch up to that one. Although it's not terribly far outside of the zone the umpire's been calling. That one might be a little too high. But
again, it's so hard to tell what the zone is. It feels like it doesn't have a lid on it. Wilmus connects on this one, but drives it foul.
The Hawks are going to want to still find a way to add here. They don't need to be done quite yet.
It feels like a massive lead, but it's only 4 runs.
It's only 4 runs. Brody's not going to pitch forever.
Wilmus swings and misses at the 1-2. Foul tipped it back into the glove. He's out number 1 to start the 7th.
Foley got that one up to 97. Maybe it's something about number 14 that's that gets the ball up there.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm excited for this matchup. Keaton Anthony, he'll stand in 1 for 3 today. Strength on strength, power on power, right? Pitch to Anthony. Ooh, breaking ball to start things off. That missed high.
I'm a little surprised again. You've got that full shift on in the infield on Keaton now. He probably doesn't hit a lot of ground balls to the right side, but certainly has right side pop.
Swung at one down around the shins and fouled it off to the third base side. I think Keaton likes those, the low and in.
Yeah, definitely inside. He kind of fits his bat pattern.
The ball and a strike. Bases empty, 1 out. Pitch on its way to Anthony. Golfs this one out of play to the right side. 1-2. He's gone foul ball left, foul ball right.
That was 96 center there. Just couldn't quite get up to it and square around on it.
See what Foley goes with. On the 1-2. High heater. Swing and a miss. Couple of strikeouts in the inning for Foley. He's really reaching back and throwing it in there.
Got good stuff. Hey, I owe you a thank you. The last couple weeks I've been, first I got sick and was a little bit of a mess, and then lost a good friend over the week, and hopefully his son who's a good Hawkeye too. Hopefully CJ is listening today, and we said goodbye earlier this week. So it's been a tough couple weeks. I appreciate you picking me up, and I'm back on the straight and narrow now.
Well, we've been thinking of you, John, and it's good to have you back, and hopefully Hawks can string some things together to kind of help out with things. I've always felt that sports are the perfect getaway, right? You just kind of unwind and you step away for a few hours. And this Iowa baseball team, it's easy to do that, to kind of just focus in on them and share their successes and their stories. And we've had the privilege of doing that about halfway through the season now. It's good to have you back in the booth, though, John. There's a 1-2 count to DeRiggi. Fouls this off to the left side. He'll stay alive.
Put the shift back on here. You saw the third baseman. Third baseman's playing mostly where a normal second baseman would. Second baseman shifted all the way out into short right. And shortstop's all by his lonely self over there in his normal spot.
Now, you can't do this in the majors, but you could do it in college. 1-2 to DeRiggi. Drilled deep center, carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Ha-ho! Brennan DeRiggi. Boom.
DeRiggi's 5th home run on the season. Holy cow. 110 exit velocity. That ball goes 390. And Bobby Whalen gave it a heck of a run to try to get up and get it, but just over his outstretched glove. And the Hawks are up 5-0.
How about that? Brennan DeRiggi drilled it to left center. The Hawks have been hammering center field today with fly balls, and this one got out of here. First pitch to Kyle Hucksdorf is outside for a ball. I guess that's kind of the trade-off. If you're going to throw that in there hard in the mid-90s, it'll get out of here in a hurry too.
Well, exactly. And if you remember back in Mobile, that happened to Brody too.
Right.
But that's kind of the way it works. When you get a barrel on it, throwing the 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and the wind's died down enough now that, the Hawks have hit quite a few balls in that funnel, where if they'd hit them any other direction, they'd have been out of the ballpark. But hit it to center field, a big part of the ballpark, but that one got out.
1-1. Hucksdorf pops this up. High pop up on the right side. Into shallow right. Taylor sprinting forward. He nears the line. He grabs it for the 3rd out of the inning. But Iowa adds a run with the solo home run from Brennan DeRiggi. We'll stretch things out and take it to the bottom of the 7th right after this. Iowa 5, Indiana nothing. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese.
Lunch is ready.
He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe in a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Bottom of the 7th inning, Iowa on top of Indiana, 5-0. Game is flying by. And we'll see 4, 5, 6. Tibbetts, Matheson, Pine due up to the Cream and Crimson against Brody Brecht. He's back out there with 81 pitches he's thrown today. And to this point, he's got to 81 usually in like the 4th or 5th, hasn't he, John? That's been the issue. First pitch swinging. Tibbetts sends it in the air. Right side towards foul territory. It will find the seats.
Got to admit, I guess I'm still a little bit of old school baseball. If you're down 5-0, the guys dominated you. You have one hit, and your first pitch swinging at the 96-mile-an-hour elevated fastball. More power to you. It's just not the way I grew up playing baseball.
A 1 pitch from Brecht. That's low and out. John, we might be, a little bit of an age difference, but the same thing with me. Like I think when you start a comeback, you try to work that pitch count up, especially with somebody who's dealing like Brody Brecht is right now, swinging a miss 1 and 2.
Well, we're just talking about a guy that has traditionally had maybe some control issues, and so you've got him a little bit deeper into a game, and so he spikes the fastball there. But I might be a little bit of the old man shaking my fist at a cloud, but but it's just if I'm Indiana, I'm probably not swinging at the first pitch right now.
Here's the 2-2 from Brecht. That's low and in, ball 3.
I mean, I guess if you're working to 3-2, it doesn't matter how you get him there. You're in the same spot, but.
Out of the windup, Brody's ready with the 3-2. Here it comes, ball 4. Slider with too much break. The leadoff man is on for Indiana in the 7th.
So yeah, all those things I said I take back. He drew the walk anyway.
Well, we got to the point by the end of the at bat, and by the time we got there, he made us look a little bit foolish, I guess. Well, we used another one of those ground balls. How do you feel about that with Carter Matheson coming up? He's our designated hitter. Struck out once today, grounded into a fielder's choice. His last time up all the way back in the 4th. Brody's pitch is lined foul. Look out in the Iowa dugout again.
That one moved everybody. That ball
over in the snack corner. Watch out.
Yeah, that is definitely in the snacks. They could have broken up some fruit snacks there.
Yeah. No balls and a strike. Brody's pitch is inside, gets to the backstop, and now the runner will advance to second. Little uneasiness here in the 7th.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what if that one just kind of crossed up Cade a little bit. It wasn't a terrible fastball. He just couldn't keep it around him.
Brecht unable to find the zone. 2 balls and a strike. Henderson picking up his urgency a bit in the Iowa bullpen. Runner at second with nobody out in the Indiana 7th. Hawks lead 5-0. This one's lifted in the air to left. Wilmus will move over towards the line. Now forward, he'll make the catch. No tag from second to third. So a fly out by Matheson.
That's a little bit of the advantage you have with Brody and your bullpen, and leaving him out there is, Brody isn't going to give up a ton of really solid contact hits where all of a sudden here comes the comeback. It'll be longer at bats, might walk a guy, might hit a guy, which gives your bullpen a little bit more time to get loose. First pitch swinging again as that one goes out of play. I mean, here we are. We're bottom of the 7th inning. That was pitch 92, and Brody threw that 98 miles an hour.
Still got pretty good velocity. There's a nice hard fastball outside corner. 0-2
And I kind of like seeing this here. He's almost not abandoned the slider, but just decided, hey, I just need to attack some guys right now, and still has enough heat to really do it.
The pause, the 0-2 pitch, line drive right center. This one's trouble. Huckstorf and Frazier come together. A diving play! Braden Frazier, are you kidding me?
Holy Superman, did he lay out and go get one? We're used to Kyle Huckstorf doing that, but Kyle's picking up Frazier's luggage. Is that hat, glove, everything else? What a play. He just absolutely laid out.
Full extension, Braden Frazier. Got to tip your cap on that one. That saved a run and then some. Frazier with the outstanding defensive play. 2 down in the inning. Here's a line drive over Honar's glove into right center. Indiana's going to be on the board now. That's an RBI single for Hunter Jesse, just over the outreach glove of Honar at second.
Come on, Sam, go up and get that. You know, Frazier went and got that one.
That one was tough.
But no, another good single there. 102 exit velocity again. And again, what you saw there was, funny enough, the slider and the breaking ball, the curveball, has lost more of the velocity than the fastball. I'd really like to see him go ahead and finish this up now with some fastballs and get out of this 7th inning.
First pitch to Cerny's, a called strike on the outside corner. Iowa on top of Indiana 5-1. They've finally pushed a run across. Now in the bottom of the 7th, just their second hit of the game off of Brody Brecht. No balls and a strike with 2 outs. Fastball outside, 1-1.
Yeah, Brody will go over 100 pitches here in this inning. Probably thought, if he had a relatively clean inning, we might have had a chance in the 8th. So that's a good pitch, fastball on the outside corner for a strike. This will probably be it now, and it'll be turned over to the bullpen for the 8th and the 9th.
Well, let's limit the damage and get him out right here. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch, swing and a miss, chased it in the dirt. Dropped 3rd strike. Moss has to throw it down to first. Got him in time for the 3rd out of the inning. Indiana, they do score 1. It's the leadoff walk to Brock Tibbetts that comes around to score for the Hoosiers. 5-1 is our score. Iowa out in front. We'll bring you the 8th inning right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
New pitcher into the game for Indiana. He enters in the 8th with Iowa on top of the Hoosiers 5-1. They'll go with a tall righty, 6'5", 195-pound freshman from Newcastle, Indiana, Aiden Decker-Petty.
He's 1-0 on the season. This is appearance number 7, 2.25 ERA. He's thrown 8 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 of which are earned, 4 walks, and 9 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .207 against him. Wait, I lost his number. There it is. There we go. Fastball is going to be right around 90, a little plus, little minus there. He's got a fastball and a curveball, but really just kind of your normal right-hander. Does like to curve it a little bit, but I think we talked a little bit about it with the other ones. Hawkeye hitters are going to go up there, and if they see the fastball, if they see a first pitch fastball in a place they like, you might see them be a little bit more aggressive than what they've traditionally been. Just try to get that first one, and of course the guy coming to the plate now is the perfect example of that.
Yeah, I was going to add to that, John, by saying that the next guy too was Sam Honar. I mean, these are 2 hitters for Iowa that will often swing at the first pitch if it's a good one, and so Decker Petty doesn't have really any time to just throw one over to start the at-bat. So Raider Tello's in the box to start the Hawkeye 8th, Iowa 5, Indiana 1. First pitch, Raider will take that downstairs, ball 1.
Yeah, he probably doesn't want to lob a get-me-over fastball to either one of the next two guys here, and Tello does a good job of laying off spin there.
Tello's been very productive this evening. 1-0 pitch is a called strike on the outside corner, 1-1. Tello is driven in a couple of runs. He singled in a run in the first. He walked and scored in the fourth. 1-1. That's low and in for a ball. He also grounded out in the fifth, but it brought home a Hawkeye run. Iowa with 1 in the first, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, 1 in the seventh. Add that all up, and that's 5 Hawkeye runs today as we are in the 8th. Here's the 2-1 to Tello. Line drive, base hit into right field. How about this day for Raider Tello?
And that was, 92-mile-an-hour fastball, elevated, but it crossed, up over the plate. Tello had worked a hitter's count, so he was ready for it. And when he saw it in a place he liked it, he just drove it and didn't try to do too much with it and poked it out to right field.
You can just feel the confidence that Tello has.
107 exit velocity on that. I mean, that is just pure barrel there.
Two guys, Tello and Honar, that feel like the barrel of their bat is about as wide as Johnson County, right? I mean, it's just swinging through the zone with a massive bat right now. Here's Honar. First pitch to him is well outside, ball 1.
And again, laid off that spin, so now you start thinking about, all right, so 1-0, does he come back with the fastball, and is Sam going to go ahead and sit on it and be ready? A lot of room to hit there on a pull side.
No kidding. 1-0 delivery on its way home, swing and a miss. Tried to pull it, but it was low and outside. That's a pitch he cannot really physically pull.
Well, and worse yet, it was a spinner, so he kind of fooled Sam there coming out. And I think he was ready for fastball and didn't get it, so swung right over the top of it.
Tello with a good lead at first, so they'll throw one over to check on him.
Now you're starting to see the Indiana defense has shifted a little bit more to pull here.
Yep. It's got to be tough to scout Honar. Here's a breaking ball, comes in the back door. Good pitch there from Decker Petty. It's a strike, 1-2, because Sam can go opposite field just about as well as he can pull it.
The only thing I've seen, it looks like the scout must be a deliver off speed. Now we'll see if he tries to do something different 1-2 here, but.
Pitch to Honar. He lifts this in the air. Moderately deep to left. The left fielder still backpedaling. He'll make the play for the first out of the inning. Honar just got under that one a bit.
Paul had a lot of carry, and he did exactly that. He was ahead 1-2, and then the first fastball came on that pitch.
Seegers is the next Hawkeye batter. He's got a couple of singles today. Some insurance would certainly be fine. Iowa up by 4 right now in the top of the 8th.
A couple of singles, and he kind of got robbed of one with the shift got him.
Yeah. Boosted his average to 277 now. Takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Right on the corner, but did not get the call. So Michael starts on top.
Yeah, that's a pitch that kind of has been, it was elevated a little bit. And I'm a little surprised, I guess maybe with Tello over at first, they don't do the full shift here to give Seegers the whole side to hit through. But, they've been shifting him. The second baseman's been on the shortstop side of the bag.
I think I'm having visions of Michael, though, at times pushing the ball to the right side on the ground.
100%, but they just did the switch.
Counts 2-0 to the Hawkeye shortstop after that one missed inside. I'm just a little bit confused because I think Michael can go to the right side unless I'm having him mistaken for someone else.
I'd love to see Michael could push bunt it through there.
Yes, great idea. Maybe we're getting a little bit too fancy up here. The 2-0 is low and out, ball 3. You don't have to worry about it too much if he can't throw you strikes, right?
No, but I mean, again, that's what, right now for Seegers, all he'd have to do is bunt it and get it past the pitcher, and it's a base hit.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a great bunt, just anywhere past.
One ball away from a walk as it stands right now. The 3-0 is inside, but called a strike. 3-1. This umpire's fooling us a little bit. At least me.
He's slow with the delivery, and again, his strike zone has been a little bit unusual for what we've seen. So
he must verbally let them know that it's a strike before he gives the physical sign. 3-1. Seegers chopper to third. High ground ball thrown to second, on to first. Not in time at first, but Tello is out on the force at second base.
Good battle back there as he threw a good fastball inside. Seegers chopped it right into the ground, and you're always going to have a tough time getting the double play, but really a good turn from Indiana to make that even reasonably close over at first base.
The way the ball bounces off turf, a little bit different than natural grass, right? That one was a high chopper, and the third baseman, Pine, had to wait for it to come down to him. Was able to get Tello out for now. 2 outs in the inning. Here is Braden Frazier with an outstanding defensive play. Sports Center top 10 worthy. Back in the 7th. Try to carry over the momentum into the batter's box. He's been on a couple of times today. Helped Iowa build their lead in the 4th. Pitch to Frazier. Fouled back to the screen. The count's now 0-2.
I got to admit, he's an aggressive swinger too. He got that 92-mile-an-hour first pitch fastball and took it. I'm a little bit surprised he let that one go by, but a good cut there on the curveball, and now he's going to have to work from behind.
Iowa 5, Indiana 1 in the top of the 8th. The Hawkeyes with 8 hits tonight, 2 hits for Indiana. Couple of throws over to first in the meantime. Keeps Seegers close. They got Frazier down in the count 0-2, but still a little bit worried about Michael over there.
The Hawks do run with 2 strikes sometimes, expect maybe a breaking ball. It's a good pitch to go on and try to just get a cheap base.
0-2, line to short. One hop fielded by the shortstop. Throw to first. Got him. What a play by Glasser. I think he had his eyes closed, but he grabbed it and threw it over to first for the 3rd out of the inning. Bottom of the 8th coming up. Iowa 5, Indiana 1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Bottom of the 8th inning in Bloomington. The series opener between Iowa and Indiana. The Hawkeyes on top 5-1. And we'll go to the bullpen. That'll do it for Brody Brecht. Iowa turning to the Gilbert, Arizona native, right-handed pitcher Jacob Henderson.
Hendo's 2-0 on the season. This will be appearance number 12 for Jacob. He's 3.12 ERA, 8 2/3 innings, giving up 2 hits, 3 runs, 5 walks, 11 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .074. He's hit 3 batters, but a lot of those control issues were earlier in the season, and Jacob's been very, very good in the last month.
Yeah,
it's a couple weeks, couple weekend series anyway.
3 or 4 outings. Henderson's been outstanding for Iowa. That'll do it for Brody Brecht today. 7 innings, which is a career high for him. Gave up 2 hits, 1 earned run. He walked 4, struck out 7. In my opinion, the best outing of the year for Brody Brecht.
I agree. You keep seeing him get better and better, and didn't have high strikeout totals, but did that in 99 pitches, which, again, they're trying to lengthen him out a little bit, but this time he was efficient and able to get it done in 7 innings.
9-1-2 for Indiana. They'll go with a pinch hitter right now with Morgan Colopy.
And this is a guy you want to attack. No at-bats on the year, so just see what he's got.
Swings at the next pitch, sends it down the left field line. Off Otello's glove. into the corner. He's digging for two. He's got a leadoff double.
Why do I say such things?
Well, you weren't knocking him at all. It was just a fact that was the first at-bat of the season for him. He pulled that hard down the third base line. It got into a little bit of the corner down there, not all the way down to the foul pole, but there's a little cutout on their indoor facility down the left field line. There's a lot of foul territory over there as well. And so Colopy gets the base hit.
And I say that he was hitless hadn't had an at-bat in Big Ten play. So he was 5 for 35, hit 143 on the season. So I still probably would have said the same thing.
And now things get a little bit interesting. Hawks are up by 4. Third hit of the game for Indiana. We turn it over to the top of the order with Glasser. Glasser is 0 for 2 today, but he did walk back in the first. Henderson is ready, and the pitch, swing and a miss. He was late on that one. It was 85, but he looked like he was late on it, John.
Well, and I think it was one of those, Jacob kind of threw the spinner on the outside part of the plate, and you think, okay, that's going to miss. Oh, no, he's got a lot of movement on this ball. I need to swing.
A ball and a strike. The pitch on its way home. Check swing. Called strike. Outside corner.
Just barely clipped the edge again. Jacob gets, 15 to 20 inches of movement on that ball. So especially coming to a left-handed hitter, you can give up pretty easily and just catch the outside corner.
1-2 is slapped foul into the net on the on-deck circle to the left.
Tried to come back with a fastball there. Just couldn't quite sneak it past him.
Bottom of the 8th inning as the sun begins to set behind us. Ball and 2 strikes with nobody out in the inning. Runner at second. Here's the pitch. Called third strike. Outside corner. Got him.
77-mile-an-hour breaking ball there. Finds the outer edge.
Not touching that.
No, and again, that's another one of those you're going to give up on. That ball's got 17 inches of movement on it. So, I mean, you think, okay, that's way too far outside, and umpire with a slightly generous outside edge, you can't give up on those pitches, and it's just so different than what they've seen from Brody all day that it's just a tough move and a good matchup for Iowa then as Henderson throws the similar pitch to the right-hander and gets the strike.
Starting out on top, no balls and a strike to Whalen. Whalen today is 0 for 3. Still that runner out there at second. Henderson looks in for the sign. He's got it. The pitch outside corner, strike 2.
Another good pitch there from Hendo. Same thing, just kind of working it. Usually you think of the crafty left-hander. Hendo's the crafty right-hander. Just love the way he kind of moves it around. He might get hit a little bit, but he still just keeps working, doing what he's good at.
Moss sets up outside. The 0-2 got a piece of it and sent it back to the screen. Whalen stays alive.
And he threw the curveball that time, so you've got 7-mile-an-hour difference between that and the slider even. So, trying to change speeds, and let's see if he maybe tries to sneak a fastball past him.
The 0-2, swing and a miss. He chased it low. Doesn't even take off for first. It's out number 2.
I think Moss picked it clean, but
we'll take that. That's all right.
But yeah, really nice job there. Went back to the same pitch again, just instead of elevating it, showed it down. Swung right over the top of it.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Henderson. That'll bring up Devin Taylor. Left-handed hitter. Pitch from Henderson, called strike at the knees.
And that's one that hasn't been called really all game. Is that we expect that normally to be a strike, but boy, that one, and maybe just because of the way Hendo's dealing right now, he gets the call on the curveball.
That low part of the zone. Here's the 0-1. That's low and in. Taylor got the hands going, but was able to stop.
It's a great block there from Moss to get over, slide in front of it, pick it clean, and not let the runner take an extra 90 feet.
Henderson's got the sign now from Moss. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. The pitch, that's high, ball 2.
That's a good pitch. Show fastball up high, kind of change the eye line again. You've been working him down. It's easy for a hitter to start leaning forward, expecting that curveball and thing like that. So now you stand him back up so you can go back down low again if you want.
Reset the table. The 2-1 fouled back off of Moss's mask, and it's 2-2.
Actually gave him a similar look there. Went back up in the zone again. And Jacob doesn't have the Brody Breck fastball to kind of get it past you up in that zone. So we'll see now, though. He's brought him up twice. See if he tries to go back door or tries to just back foot him all the way across the plate.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Henderson feels it, deals it, swing and a miss. Down he goes. Henderson with 3 strikeouts, all of them in a row, and that'll do it for the 8th.
Or we'll just give you this curveball or the slider again and just see if you can get it. Oh, you can't. 3 outs.
Cannot. Henderson with 3 strikeouts after a leadoff double for Indiana. We'll head to the 9th. 5-1, Hawks lead. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Top of the 9th inning, Iowa leading 5-1. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, 9-1-2 due up for Iowa, and an opportunity to get some more insurance. Moss, Wilmus, and Anthony. Iowa 5, Indiana 1. First pitch to Moss. Ground ball up the middle. Backhanded. No, picked by the shortstop. Throw to first is in time. No way.
Wow.
Called him out at first.
That's the same bad call that Indiana had earlier, so I guess we're net neutral. But, man, he's missed 2 down there. That one.
Wow. That was a heck of a play by Glasser to start, to run so far behind the bag at second, pick it up on the run. And the throw wasn't too hard either. It was almost of a lob. It felt like Moss beat it.
Cade Moss is so mild-mannered, too, and he had a couple words for the first base umpire.
Moss with a hard luck out to start the 9th, and so it'll be back to the top of the order with Wilmus. Wilmus had squared to bunt, make the third baseman Pine think a little bit. Next pitch to Wilmus is downstairs for a ball, 2-0.
Yeah, we haven't talked really about RPI again today, but Indiana's 25 in RPI, so this is a big weekend series.
Wilmus, hard ground ball to third, bounces off a Pine into the foul territory and left. Take off for second, Ben. There he goes. He's going to get to second base on the third baseman's error.
We probably deserve that one after the illegal punch out.
Well, okay, we'll take that. Wilmus stands at second. Hard ground ball to third, but that's definitely an error. The second of the day for Pine over there at third. He's having a little bit of a rough go.
And that's another one of those that he had plenty of time to get in front of that ball and instead tries to take it on a backhand. And of course, then when it hits off the heel, it skips over there. And not only do you give up first base on the air, but you give up second.
Got to make it hurt here.
You need to add now. Make sure that my guess is I don't see anybody in the bullpen, so you're going to get Hendo to come back out. So let him clean it up, but having a little extra. Misses down low there. Having a little extra lead wouldn't be a bad thing.
Currently, the lead is 4 for the Hawkeyes in the top of the 9th. Wilmus at second. The batter's Keaton Anthony. He's got a 2-0 count on him. The pitch, that's inside. Ooh, called a strike. 2-1.
Wow.
Somebody's chirping down there. I don't know which side that would be on.
I think that was the Indiana fans chirping, but
2-1 to Anthony. Hit him. Got him in the leg. Keaton takes off. He's headed for first. Couple of runners on now for Brennan DeRiggi.
Pardon the possible non-PG version of,
yeah, we can't
of the chirping.
Yeah. Wasn't able to decipher anything there. So.
Yeah, there we go. Pretty good spot here for DeRiggi, who's had a nice day at the plate.
Solid day, couple extra base hits, couple runs scored, 3 runs scored. Actually hit the big home run in the 7th. First pitch to him is outside for a ball.
Yeah, he got hit by a pitch and scored, and I think his
got the best average on the team.
I think his out was the loud out to center field as well. So
1-0 is a called strike on the low and outside corner. 1-1.
Yes.
I act surprised when I say that DeRiggi's got the best average on the team, just because it seems that he's done it all quietly this year. 1-1. That's outside ball 2. I don't know if you agree with me or not.
Well, 366. His on base percentage, almost 500 now at 492. But just, he really is that. You hear the term. He's a professional hitter. I mean, he's a 5th-year guy, and oof.
2-1 is a breaking ball.
Wow.
Off the plate outside, but called a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to DeRiggi.
I mean, you're not going to do anything with that. So, but now, of course, you got to kind of expand your strike zone here, and you're going to have to protect.
Here's the pause and the pitch. That's too far outside this time. Counts now full with Kyle Huckstorf on deck. 1 out in the inning, runners on first and second.
I mean, I feel like the game's been going pretty fast, but maybe the umpire has dinner plans. Yeah. Our strike zones are getting stretched out here.
He doesn't want to be too early for his reservation. Here's the 3-2. Oh, up and in. Almost got him in the head. Brennan gets out of the way. I don't know if it did clip him.
Does not look like it, because they just had to wait to call time as the catcher had to fetch that one.
Man, up and in. Brennan got out of the way. Fortunate there. He'll draw the walk. The bases are loaded for Kyle Huckstorf, who can do a lot of damage, maybe even dagger the Hoosiers right here.
Yeah, I think both of us kind of had the old
yeah.
And the Hawkeyes, because we'll have a pitching change here, but Hawkeyes have been fairly okay on the injury bug side, but boy, it seems like it's started to bite positions now, and don't need to keep stretching the position players out at all.
New pitcher coming into the game for Indiana in the 9th. Iowa 5, the Hoosiers with 1. Bases will be loaded for the Hawkeyes when we come back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
New pitcher into the game for Indiana is a 6'4", 220-pound freshman from Greenwood Village, Colorado, Cooper Katsky.
Katsky's 0-1 on the season. Appearance number 7, a 9.82 ERA, 7 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 8 runs. They've all been earned, 5 walks, and 8 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .308 against him. And just as I look at his sheet, Katsky's going to be kind of that upper 80s, 86 to 89. Changeup, slider, curveball, but has really had a little bit of control issues. So you might see the Hawkeyes try to look for the fastball first. His changeup might be a split finger, but I still think the Hawks will try to sit on fastball.
Bases loaded for Kyle Huckstorf. He drives it deep to left center field, carrying well. It's down and to the wall. 1 run is in. Make it 2. Are they going to send a third? No, they're going to put the brakes on Brennan DeRiggi. It's a 2 RBI double. Kyle Huckstorf, 7-1.
Welcome to the game, Cooper Katsky, as he went off speed, and instead that ball just kind of floated up there, kind of the get me over, I want to get ahead of you curveball, and Huckstorf just drills it. That ball was 101 leaving the bat and beat the left fielder, snuck out there, and Hawks are pretty much, his crowd starts to file out, put the deal in here. They'll be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah. Infield comes in for Indiana. Wilmus and Anthony, the run scorers there on the 2 RBI double from Huckstorf. Iowa 7-1 in the top of the 9th. Not done yet. Runners at second and third with 1 out. The batter's Raider Tello. Katsky's ready. The pitch. Raider takes this. Called strike. 0-2 now.
Yeah, Raiders getting the outer limits of all the strike zone here, so he'll have to be ready to go to extend his good day.
Got some room on the right side. The 0-2. Tapped foul to the left side.
I don't want to oversimplify the game or anything, but if we kind of go back to Braden Frazier's catch, I mean, then the next guy hits another ball hard and gets a hit, and maybe that whole complexion of the inning goes, and it was 3-1 or 4-0 at that point. It was still a close game.
0-2 is up and in on Tello for a ball. Great point, John.
You think about what that does, and you talk about it all the time of how something changes. Get this guy out, or how that changes it. That out is a huge deal, because then that single doesn't mean anything on the next at bat.
1-2, Tello waved at it and missed it.
And so it kind of let the Hawkeyes do this, and it forced Indiana to keep doing what they were doing with kind of playing a bullpen game. We've talked about it. These really aren't necessarily, not that anybody at this level is not good and competitive, but it hasn't been the guys that they've turned to regularly through the year. We'll see those guys as the series goes on, but it's allowed Iowa to kind of dictate, because Frazier's able to make that catch.
Right. I think you're really onto something, and you could look back to that play after this series, as the series goes on, later down the road, how big of a play it was. Here's Honar. Swings and misses at that one. Counts 1-1 to Sam with 2 outs, runners on second and third. You go to Indiana's bullpen for a minute, and you're right, they have not pitched the guys that, the higher caliber guys yet, which we thought maybe we could see today, but it looks like we'll see them tomorrow or Sunday. Here's the pitch to Honar, swing and a miss, 1-2.
What Iowa was able to do, though, by keeping those guys out of the game today is you made it where you probably don't see them twice. And you certainly don't see them for extended innings twice. So, kind of a big deal to get that win and really kind of stay in cruise control all day here.
1-2 pitch is in the dirt, blocked nicely by the catcher there. Catcher is Langerman. He's in after Ceruto was pinch hit for back in the 8th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Couple of runs still out there for the Hawkeyes if Honar can bring them in. The pitch on its way home. Ground ball right side, gloved by the first baseman. He'll try to beat Honar to the bag, and he's close, but he got there first to get Sam out and to end the top of the 9th inning. Iowa adds a couple more. Kyle Huckstorf with a 2 RBI double to left center. It's 7-1. 3 more outs to go before a Hawkeye winner. We're back after this. This is Iowa Baseball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Iowa 7, Indiana 1. Bottom of the 9th inning. 3 more outs to get, and Jacob Henderson, he'll get the first crack at getting all 3 of them. He'll stay in after allowing a leadoff double in the 8th, and then he said, man, forget this. I'm going to strike everybody out. He struck out 3 in a row.
Went and struck out the side after that. Did a really nice job. See if he can finish it off here. And this is Hawkeyes have gotten some good results around the country. The teams that they've played are winning games as Jacob starts off with a strike there. Win that could jump him right back into the top 50 in RPI all of a sudden. So,
one game at a time. Let's get back into good graces with that RPI, huh? The batter is Tibbetts. 0-2 is the count on him. Henderson just pounding the zone right now. Really impressed with Jacob the past few weeks.
And I'd talked to him kind of off the field one day, kind of prepping up for a game, and he kind of talked about what he had gone through the curveball there, the 78-mile-an-hour, and really wanted to go after it, but held off. But just kind of what he'd been through, kind of what he'd battled through, and identifying what his issue was and correcting it. And it's great to see. He's such a good kid.
1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, high heater. That's 4 in a row from Henderson that he's struck out.
Had I told you Jacob Henderson would strike out over half as many as Brody Breck, would you believe me?
That would have been, I would have thought bad news for Brody then, that he didn't make it very far, but not the case. And, we've talked about Indiana's bullpen. What has this done for Iowa's bullpen today to have Brody go through 7 and then you just, to this point, use 1? I mean, you got everybody still out there.
Yeah, you've left everybody on the board. Jacob obviously won't go tomorrow. That one, curveball misses wide. You might be able to spot him up for an out or 2 on Sunday if you really needed him. But yeah, just great work. Pretty much everybody's going to be on the board the rest of the weekend.
Batter is Matheson, swings and misses. Right through a 85-mile-an-hour pitch from Henderson. Counts 1-1. Bases are empty with 1 out as the sun has set now under cotton candy skies. Sun beginning to set on this game. We're in the bottom of the 9th. Iowa 7-1. That one's inside. 2 balls and a strike.
They're kind of raising the level again as the hitters start to dive out over the plate a little bit. You got to kind of make sure keep them honest, stand them back up. Now you can go back to the breaking stuff if you want it.
Henderson likes the sign, the pitch, right down the middle, 2-2. Indiana hitters seem puzzled. They're not in an overly negative way, a complaining way, but just kind of puzzled.
They look back and they ask a lot of questions, and I mean those aren't even really edgy. Those are just Jacob's just going right after them.
2-2s lifted in the air down the left field line. This will get out of play. And a good hang by Matheson to stay alive. Henderson going for his 5th consecutive strikeout.
Jacob almost able to sneak the fastball past him there. Is breaking stuff, and then you try to just kind of ease one past.
The 2-2 feels it, deals it, popped up, out of play.
Went back to that same pitch again. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 78, 79 mile an hour curveball here, kind of aim it at the, I'm not sure. Jacobs really worked that outside part of the plate well, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him break one across and get it out at the back foot.
Henderson's pitch just outside. Good pitch, went with the back door. There was your 79 miles an hour, but just too far off the plate.
Yeah, had the right pitch, and maybe starts that a little bit more in. He gets Matheson to chase, or the umpire to believe in it a little bit more.
Full count, delivery on its way home from Henderson. Line drive into right. Frazier giving chase. It's down for a base hit. Braden will pick it up, throws it into second. It's a little bit late. It's a double. How did that become a double for Matheson? He's got some speed, I guess.
He's got speed, and that's just good aggressive base running right out of the box. That ball wasn't wasn't lazy out there, but it was far enough away from Frazier and just good hustle the whole way, and kind of helps explain why they lead the league. Your play-by-play guy interview earlier in the day, it's one of the things they do and how aggressive they are. Any idea what that conversation was about?
Not sure. The head coach for Indiana came out to have a discussion with the home plate umpire, but our crowd mic can't pick that up from all the way up here, so we'll just have to miss out on it for now. 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. Iowa 7-1 over Indiana. A couple more outs to get. Matheson stands at second. Here's Pine. First pitch from Henderson, high and out, ball one. A little activity in the Iowa bullpen, nothing too serious. Luke Llewellyn getting warm. 4 hits on the day for the Hoosiers compared to 9 for Iowa. 1 ball, no strikes. Henderson's ready. The pitch is outside, 2-0.
You want to see Jacob just attack here. Luke's tossing, but he's probably 3 hitters at least away from coming in the baseball game, maybe 4.
Pine's a good hitter, 291. He'll watch this go by for a strike. 2-1.
Good location there. Didn't just give in. Got the low inside part of the plate to get himself on the ball strike scoreboard.
2-1, swing and a miss. Challenged him with a high 84-mile-an-hour pitch. Not sure what that was. You would have thought fastball, but I don't think it was, John.
No, I think that's his slider there, getting that up a little bit. Didn't have the massive break on that one, but threw it a little bit harder, got it up in the zone.
Henderson comes set. The delivery on the 2-2. Fouled back.
There he went back to the fastball there, got it up about 88. And now I think you're going to see the sweeper.
All right. Calling your shot. You've had some pretty good success on that today. Henderson ready with the 2-2. Here it comes. Ooh, got him, but just a piece of it for Pine. He was reaching for it like a little kid going for some candy out of the jar, out of the outstretched hand.
Well, and he started early, and Jacob gave him the 78-mile-an-hour curveball that was definitely going to catch enough plate to be strike 3. So good piece of hitting to foul that off.
Moss setting up low and out. The 2-2 right down the middle. Called third strike. Ho-ho!
Gave him the same pitch again, but started it at him and broke it off of him and just buckled his knees. Strike 3 it is, and the Hawks are 1 out away from taking the Friday game in this series.
Runner at second is still Matheson. We'll see Jesse. He's the last chance for the Hoosiers tonight. Iowa 7-1. Pitch from Henderson, right down the middle, strike 1.
Jesse had a hit back in the 7th inning, but
a 1 pitch on its way home. Breaking ball outside corner, 0-2. Hawkeye fans in attendance down the first base side behind the Hawkeye dugout. They're on their feet. They're ready for the 0-2 pitch from Henderson. Feels it, deals it. Check swing. He did not go.
We're not even going to ask.
Pitch was high.
It was definitely high. And I would definitely say he didn't go, but based on previous experience, I think you should at least ask.
A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Henderson is set. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. Hawks win 7-1 on the Friday game over the Hoosiers.
I'm not sure you draw up a start any better for the Hawkeyes there. Brody Breck gets a career-high 7 innings. Jacob Henderson comes in, slams the door, strikes out 6. So struck out everybody, scattered, put a double up in each inning, but struck out 6 guys. And so what a Friday day for the Hawks.
Picture perfect Friday game winner for the Hawkeyes, 7-1 over Indiana, handing the Hoosiers their first home loss of the season and breaking their streak of 16 in a row at home that dates back to last year. Iowa now 22-6. They're 2-2 in conference play. Indiana 20-10 overall, and they're 5-2 in the league. Hawks win it 7-1. We'll be back with post-game coverage right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Iowa wins the series opener 7-1 over Indiana. A wire-to-wire victory for the Hawkeyes today, in control the whole time. And that's about as complete of a performance as I can recall in the season.
Well, it started out, it started out right. First two guys making out, but Derigi gets hit by a pitch. They take advantage of an error, and then they get a single, and all of a sudden they score a run, and it's 1-0. And Brody Breck comes out and just starts dealing, just doing a job, getting ahead. Hawks were able to kind of chip away, extend it here and there. But you had outstanding pitching. You had quality at bats through nearly all of the game. You fielded it well. No errors for the Hawks, two for Indiana, and they both hurt. They both hurt Indiana. So Hawks did a good job of staying on top, and really never gave up a whole bunch of chances where Indiana's like, hey, yeah, we're right back in this. Let's go.
Who do you think stood out to you the most offensively today? You just look at the numbers. Derigi, Huckstorf, and Tello with a ton of the hits right in the middle of the order.
Derigi. Again, you just talked about it. The hit by pitch started the first inning. He doubles and hits a ball down the right field line, I guess, with the exit velocity, 105 or 110. Hits the home run to center with that same thing, and the out he made was a high velocity out. So he really saw the ball well. Scored 3 runs, only drove in 1, but I guess that's because he started the party most of the time.
Biggest takeaway maybe that we only used one guy out of the bullpen today?
Biggest takeaways, we set ourselves up. Indiana didn't do anything that's going to really hurt themselves for the weekend. That was kind of the way they intended to play the game. They were going to see what they could get out of Seiler. If they could have stayed close, stayed in the lead, we'd have maybe seen Yoho and some of those other guys that pitch that they turn to more frequently. But when the Hawks had the lead, they kind of depended on the guys maybe they don't believe in a lot or as often to stay close, and the Hawks were able to keep extending the lead, and so now I think it'll be important now to kind of keep working the bullpen, get after them tomorrow now, and just keep wearing them out.
Iowa wins 7-1 on the series opener against Indiana. We're joined now by associate head coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, how about that win for your Hawkeyes?
Yeah, really good Friday night, and it starts, like every game starts on the mound. I thought Brody did a great job, and maybe not even the best stuff that he's really had the last few weeks, but just really managed the game. I had some Bull Durham quotes in my head about, strikeouts being fascist, and let's be a little bit more democratic and get a double play ball or two. But, he did a great job, and we got one of those, and he got us into the 7th inning and got us through 7, which is a huge growth for him. That's the biggest thing for a really good Friday night guy, gets you deeper into the game. And Maryland did a good job last week of getting him out, after 5, and we just need him to get those extra 3 or 6 outs, which he did tonight. And then Hendu was he was really sharp and did a great job of slamming the door after that. So just really good job on the mound. Offensively, really happy with the way the guys swung it. Had some bad luck. I thought that we hit some balls really hard that got caught. Rigg, obviously, early in the game, that ball he hit to left center, and then later on in the game, he got one out of here, and a tough night to get one out. But just a lot of production everywhere, right? He had a great night for sure. Huck, a big double there late in the game to extend it. Braden to the big hit. Michael on a few times. Just a lot of production up and down the lineup. And when you're losing, you lose a bat like Petey, you just have to have a bunch of guys step up, and Braden certainly did that in his absence, and a lot of other guys did that as well. So just a really good game, and exactly what we needed to start the weekend.
Most complete performance of the season so far, Coach?
Yeah, I'd say so. The 3 bases were at 5. We play airless ball. We were able to turn a big double play Brody worked around a couple things here and there. And just production offensively, we were really able to execute. Anytime we had a runner on third, less than 2 outs, I think outside of the last, maybe in the last inning, we scored that guy. We had a situation, Rig leads off with a double. Kyle moves him over on a fly ball, and we get a ground ball out to get a run. So just good baseball, and that's what you need to do on Friday against quality pitching. And they're doing something a little bit odd. They're kind of pitched off a little bit tonight, so we didn't really see a lot of their main guys. But you got to take care of business, and so tomorrow will be a great challenge with Senard, the guy that's been typically throwing their Friday nights, and that's kind of who we had prepared for a lot of the week. Before we knew they were going to start the left-hander today, so we'll be ready to go. But it'll be a challenge. I mean, they have a really good bullpen with guys that we didn't see yet tonight, so. We'll need a good start out of Marcus, and we just need to continue to do the things offensively we've kind of been doing here for quite a long time.
One note before we let you go. John and I talked about it quite a bit. That diving catch by Braden Frazier, we kind of thought that it changed the course of the rest of the game after that because they started to hit Brody a little bit right after that, and then our guys maybe grabbed some momentum after that catch.
No, I think you're exactly right, and we talked about this the other day. It's making winning plays, right? It's a little bit different than just making the traditional, routine plays. Somebody's got to go out there and make a play that, is a little bit above that. And Braden certainly did that. And just a great job of him. He's a really good defender. And so we have a lot of confidence that he's going to make great plays out there, and he certainly did. And he really closed on it well. Him and I were talking about it. I thought, I just said, I thought you had a shot because of the way the ball was going to come back to you. But his route was really good. It was just really direct. It was a straight line. If he's off of that line at all, he doesn't make that catch. So just great job by him, and just really happy for him. Got a big hit, was on with another walk. Again, needed somebody to step up, in some absences, and he certainly did his part. And like I said, first night of the weekend, first game of the weekend, couldn't have gone any better. Anybody can do it one night, right? We got to answer back tomorrow, and it'll be a tough arm and Big Ten Network game, so it should be a lot of fun.
All right, Coach, congratulations on the win. Let's go win a series tomorrow.
All right, thanks, John.
Associate head coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Bloomington. Iowa 7, Indiana 1. We're back to wrap up our broadcast with the highlights right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
The Hawkeyes take game 1 of the series with Indiana 7-1. Iowa now 22-6 overall, evening their record at 2-2 in the Big Ten. The Hoosiers 20-10, 5-2 in league play. Let's go over some of the highlights from today's Hawkeye victory. We'll start things off in the first when Raider Tello, he drove in a run with an RBI single. Here's one on the ground, through into right field. It's a base hit. The Hawks are going to have the lead. DeRiggi scores. Huckstorf sprinting for third, and he'll slide in there. It's an RBI single. Raider Tello, Hawks up 1-0. Scoring picked up again in the fourth. Braden Frazier, 2 RBIs coming on home. The pitch. Ground ball to the left side, past a diving third baseman. 1 run is in. They're waving Honar. Here comes the throw. Not in time. 3-0 Hawks. Braden Frazier, yes. We've talked about today's game being a complete performance, so let's flip things over to the defensive side. Ending the Hoosier threat in the 5th, 5-4-3 double play. He's missing a little bit more to the outside. Here's one on the ground to Tello at third. He'll throw it to second for 1, on to first for 2. what a hang by Brennan DeRiggi. 5-4-3 double play. Iowa used some momentum in the 7th. Brennan DeRiggi, big fly to right. 1-2 to DeRiggi. Drilled deep center, carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Ha-ho! Brennan DeRiggi. Boom. Iowa had really expanded their lead to that point, up on the Hoosiers big time. Indiana would try and threaten in the 7th. Braden Frazier put out the fire. The pause, the 0-2 pitch, line drive right center. This one's trouble. Huckstorf and Frazier come together. A diving play! Braden Frazier, are you kidding me? And then in the 9th, a little bit of insurance. Kyle Huckstorf, he joins in on the fun with a 2 RBI double. Bases loaded for Kyle Huckstorf. He drives it deep to left center field, carrying well. It's down and to the wall. 1 run is in. Make it 2. Are they going to send a 3rd? No, they're going to put the brakes on Brennan DeRiggi. It's a 2 RBI double. Kyle Huckstorf, 7-1. And then Jacob Henderson, the only Iowa pitcher out of the bullpen today. He comes in. He records all 6 of his outs with a strikeout, including this last one. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Henderson is set. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. Hawks win. 7-1 on the Friday game over the Hoosiers. Brody Brecht gets the win for Iowa. Seiler gets the loss for Indiana. Brecht now 3-1 after going a career-high 7 innings. All right, Hawks win it 7-1. Tomorrow's broadcast will be at 10:30 Central Time. That's when we'll start our pregame coverage. First pitch at 11 Central Time. Try to win the series over the Hoosiers before reaching the series maximum. Iowa wins at 7-1 tonight for my great board op down the line in Jefferson City, Michael. Thank you very much, Michael. Great job, as always. My fine broadcast partner, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Bart Kaufman Field, where Iowa beats Indiana 7-1. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.